Peace. Turn up one time. Hey, shout out to everybody in the building. Uh, do me a favor and share the video out. Man, I'm running late. I had to go get some breakfast. I'm gonna keep it gangster. Really, I went to go see with the cleaners. I tried to go drop some clothes out to the cleaners and they was closed. So I went on ahead and went to and got breakfast. So check me out. Share the video out. Man, I got something crazy to show y'all, bro. And I'm trying to figure out why people want to play with me, man. Bro, why I got a quote unquote master teacher dead to the wrong, stealing BCU information. Now some people say that how you know it's BCU? Nigga, it's BCU information. Nigga came out and said it how I said it and everything. This is not. Come on, bro. Come on, man. What we ain't gonna do, man, to play, man. You take that down the block somewhere. Real talk, take that down the block. So, y'all share the video out for me. I'm about to do the same, and we gonna turn it up. Done. I mean, Paul, watch this, Paul. It's crazy. And nah, man, I'm not finna sit around and go for it. Because these people are college professors. How you a college professor and you don't have your own information? You know, ain't nobody listen, man. Ain't nobody giving us no handouts around here, bro. Ain't nobody helping us. Ain't nobody none of that. Ain't nobody pushing us. Ain't no, you feel me? Ain't no opportunities coming around here unless we create them. So what we ain't finna do is let a nigga get away without. Nah, you ain't gonna do that, homie. You gonna put some respect on our game, and you gonna let the people know where you got that from, or we just gonna tear y'all ass up. Real talk. So give me a few seconds. Let me go ahead on and finish sharing these out. And we're gonna get into it early. Shout out to everybody in the building. We're gonna do roll call. So if y'all could drop them area codes down there. Drop them area codes while we run through roll call. Yeah, man. Old school trip that. Man, old school come out here, man, and just spit it. And I'm gonna tell you, it's a part. I'm gonna show y'all this a part that happened before it got to the actual part where I just stopped it and said, nah, this is not happening. Shout out to everybody who woke up eating bacon, like me. Yeah. Oh, shout out to everybody who got that pork in their life early this morning. I woke up on that pork. Yep. Breakfast ain't breakfast if you ain't got no pork. I just feel sorry for the vegans out there around the world. Mm-mm-mm. Now, if you're not from the South, you ought to be good. Because ain't that much come on your menu anyway. All right? You ain't missing too much or nothing. You ain't from the South. You ain't missing too much of nothing on your plate anyway. Rainstorm say he just came from Panera Bread. Yeah, Panera Bread by my house. They got white rock star people with black fingernails in there. I don't trust them. Me personally. Yeah, I'm eating Furious Watch. And I ain't gonna tell y'all when I got in there, I told the lady, I said, hey, can you give me another orange juice? It had like something on the top. Why she come back out there and palm my lid? Do you hear me? Came out there with a full palm, like she about to dunk a basketball. Motherfucker palm my, come on, man. Nigga palm my orange juice, man. The top of it where your mouth go. I'm trying to figure out the quality of life of these. I'm at Burns Barbecue yesterday. Take my order, I leave out, I come back maybe 12 minutes later. They can't find my order. Okay, cool. So they about to go back there and make it. They about to go back there and make it fresh. And so while they back there, automatically they done lost my order. So I'm going, I said, oh, y'all done lost my order. That's cold. Y'all done gave my order away. We ain't gave your order away. So they finna put a little love offering on the top. In the middle of this is albino ass little girl gonna come out. Talking about, here you go right here. Now I didn't told them lower sides and everything. Cause I spent over $40. So they don't know on the ticket, it don't have the whole menu. It just have your number. I just spent over $40. That's all they see on there. So I tell them Lord's, yeah, I get the name, and Lord's dirty rice, Lord's cowboy beans, Lord's potato salad, Lord's green beans. Y'all just get to name it, cause they don't know. They finna put it in the bag. So I'm sitting back and I'm waiting. I see over there stuff in the bag, and here come this little albino ass little girl talking about, here you go right here. They put it in the Uber line. Now, lady, why would I want that? If you done lost my food, why would I want it? Y'all done lost it. You done handled it. It's all on the shelf somewhere for about 10 minutes. I want the fresh food. Here, you better take this food. Get out of here. We wouldn't give you nothing in that. So why you trying to give me that? I want it fresh. I think something wrong with it. I don't know the quality of life, man, some people have, bro. Oh, yeah, you niggas will eat off the ground. Oh, you niggas will eat off a nigga plate. Off the same spoon. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. We finna run through the road call. Mr. TD, Golf Coast Scalper, Rainstorm, Wild Indian Dunn. Carrie Bay. Shout out to Jamie. Engine Gal. I'm born here. Love me more. Taz CEO. Nate Bailey in the building. Greatness. What up, though? Roderick Sims in the building. Big old BCU. Engine Gal ate a po chop. Okay, yeah. Fuck it. Get that poke in you. That's how you get your day started. 757. Them 757s in the building today, man. Virginia, VA in the building. All you VA people, y'all need to come out to Washington, D.C. next month. So we having something in Washington, D.C. next month in December. So all y'all VA people, we need y'all to pop out. Bridge in the building, 502 Louisville, Kentucky, 214 Dallas, Texas, 205 Tuscaloosa, 228 to the 404, man. Mississippi to the goddamn Atlanta, Georgia. Who else in the building? Greatness 252. What's that? Cleveland? Greatness 252. What's that? Cleveland? That's Ohio or something, huh? Miss Jessica in the building. They got $2 for $5 hair edge up, $2 for $5 haircuts over there. Rudy in the building. Mr. TD. Kanique W in the building. That boy from Florida. What up, though? All right, turn up one time for the one time, man. So, bro, I done caught a nigga. Miss Dunn. What's up, Miss Dunn? QC the guard 313 in the building. Reggie Adams 618. Kimbo twice. AJ needed a couple dollars in his pocket. 323. You better go start selling dick, nigga. Mill Escort. All right. I'm tired of your motherfucking ass coming here every day needing a couple dollars, nigga. And guard, nigga, Major Perfect. You go out there and sell that dick. Yeah, nigga, go slang dick for a living. Mm-hmm. So I done called a nigga ass, right? Coley wanted to text me, man. I'm gonna let y'all see this shit. So If y'all ever heard of a nigga named Clyde Winters, old school nigga around here don't know what the fuck he talking about and need to shut the fuck up. Real spill. So I caught this funk ass nigga stealing my information. And nigga, if you listening, niggas, nigga, unless you gonna invite me out to come teach a class, stop stealing my motherfucking information, old school. You niggas too old, been around here too long, doing this too long to come take the new nigga information. Yeah, nigga, I don't think it's right. You niggas too old to be out here stealing from this young man. No sell out. What's up with it? He said y'all linked up. Who you talking about, Kerry? Hold on, what did he say? Let me scroll. Jaguars in Japan, man. Jaguars in Japan, man. Tell sis happy birthday, man. I know y'all showed out yesterday. I know y'all waking up with a hangover today. So this guy by the name of Moors in America had Clyde Winters on. And boy, if that nigga ain't been doing a bunch of stealing, yo, I was listening in on him. All he talking about is some African shit. Old Meg shit, nigga stuck in the past. These nigga lost like a motherfucker. All the way from the futon in his living room. You hear me? Nigga broadcasting live from the futon in the basement. You hear me? Okay, it's 12 a.m. He trying to get her out the hotel because the club is 11 to. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, hey, don't go in. Just stop by and record the strip club for me. I'm trying to see what they. I want to compare. I want to compare and contrast the strip clubs for a new science project, a new lecture that I'm coming at. And so I need boots on the ground. I need somebody to boots on the ground, man. We don't want to just be talking, sitting on the futon in the basement, just on here talking like this chubby ass nigga up here, right? Cause we finna get on his ass, nigga. You ain't stealing right here. We cut your hand off. Yeah, man. For science. If sis tripping, tell her now it's research scientific. You on a research mission. It was part of the reason why y'all went. We're doing a project with the BCU research team on strip clubs abroad, right? And we want to do a little compare and contrast. We ain't trying to see no ass and pussies and titties. We ain't. That don't move us. That behooves us. But it's educational purposes only. So lead with that. Yeah, science fair, nigga. We trying to win. We got a science fair coming up in the community, man, and we need boots on the ground. So check the strip club out. Swing the camera around, act like you're gonna buy the pussy and go in the back just to see what the back look like, right? Act like you're gonna buy the pussy and just go in the back compartments and shit like that, nigga, and see what the back look like. We just doing a little compare and contrast around the continent of Japan. That's all right. We ain't, we not in no Cardinal state right now or nothing. This is educational purposes only. So, all right, y'all, let's walk, man. And I'm going to point out this nigga is stealing. And let me tell you, we ain't guessing that he's stealing. He's going to tell you that he's stealing. And I can go get the video where he got it from. Some of it is mixed in between, but some of it he stole from the video that I did with Dane Calloway. And he gonna say it just like I said it. Let's walk.
Governor State was in University Park. St. Xavier was in Chicago.
Y'all let me know
I've
how
been
to
doing research into.
let me go
So I
up.
began to do more and more research on ancient America and really the world. I began to see that the Mandi people played an important role in the history of the Americas. I found
Brothers say that Africans played an important role in the history of America. See what I'm saying? You even steal my shit and get to mixing it with no African. Nah, no. And then we got some African work over here. But ain't no African had nothing to do with over here. You don't even know what happened. How is you the professor?
found in a sense that the Aztecs, they said they were Mandingos. Yes, Mandingos.
Where can we find that information? Where can we find the information that these people said that?
The Mandi people, they built the cliff dwellings out in Four Corners, the Four Corners region. That's Arizona, Colorado. Out there in that area, they built cliff dwellings. I also, in a sense, found that the Mandi, they left inscriptions down in Brazil, and so I wrote the book in a sense to.
Mandi left inscriptions in Brazil. Y'all know what language he talking about, y'all? He talking about the Va. He's talking about what is called the Brazilian stone. Brother man, you would get picked up and dumped on your motherfucking collarbone, nigga, right here. say, boy. Say, man. Nah, man, even the professor too little. Boy, we all over top of that, man. Nah, bro, we don't need to stack no safety on the top. We go man-to-man coverage and nigga put you on the island. The professors, the master teachers, the OGs, all of them need to get out the way. Man, get out the way, man. That little weak ass 1-2 gonna get you slept, school. That weak ass 1-2, nigga, 1-1-2, nigga gonna get you put to bed, nigga. That's the old way, buddy. We on top of all of that, man. The Brazilian stone, so the Va. So y'all know Curtis Austin is going to get credit for taking the Va language, which is the Cherokee they used to create the Cherokee syllabary, right? Gist. Now that syllabary is going to actually be an ancient syllabary, right? And it's gonna have connections with this era in which they're excavating the mounds. They're trying to figure out who's the mound builders. All right, so you're gonna get the Gist family them, right? Who gonna come out of that Tennessee, Kentucky area, you did? Cause these niggas gonna be Melungeons. You feel me? So you're gonna have Sephardic Jews, you're gonna have Iberian Moors, and you're gonna have these Indians that's down here in Tennessee. All of they gonna come up with this little play, right? Don't worry about it. We all on top of that type of shit. But old school, I guarantee you he know nothing about what I'm talking about right now. And so later they come out with this Va language in order to say that these matter of fact, they associated it with Abu Bakari, Mansa Musa brother. Now the Moravian Church is gonna be behind the play, right? The Moravian Church. So we really need to go find out who they are, because they're gonna even be there when the Cherokee syllabary comes about, and they're gonna give it to Sequoia, right? We too advanced for the teacher. Yeah, this nigga here certified say he still pushing Pan-African while talking Indian. Nah, man, that's why we gonna meet him. We step into that type of shit. Nigga, you ain't getting away with that around here, nigga. We really scholars around this bitch. We really do this, nigga.
To kind of give people an understanding of the important role. I also found out that the Olmec calendar, because the Olmecs, they were Malinke Bambara speakers, and they came from West Africa around one.
Whoa. Come on, orange juice at? I'm gonna sit there right there, y'all. That nigga say the old Mick came from West Africa. Time out. Time out, man. Nigga, I'm finna pull up on the old Mick. I'm going to the high, Laventa. Let me. I'll say this, bro, without giving up game, too much game, because obviously niggas stealing around, you know. Listen, if you're gonna talk some old Mick talk, right? You can't talk old Mick without talking about America. Now, I don't want to give up my game because I want you niggas to have y'all ass in the seat tomorrow at the lecture. But they got you niggas looking in the West Africa, got niggas looking in the Pacific for old Mix. Old Mix have a connection with the Mayans. I'm gonna tell you who both of them have a connection with. You niggas ass. You niggas from Southeastern America. All right. Let me say this here. Everybody wasn't friends. Aztec, we see them in Mexico City, but Aztec from America. Aztec from the West Coast of America. It's them West Coast niggas. If y'all seen Bloodlines of the Guard 4, y'all know what we talking about. The Mayans and the Olmec come from the South. It's a damn shame that niggas been around this long and you got teachers who been here, that nigga granddaddy age, and man, they don't know this shit. Tomorrow, get y'all tickets tomorrow. We got a daytime lecture tomorrow, man. And we're gonna knock this shit out of the park. We're gonna seem like we gotta come back and teach the whole game now. If Clyde say they from Africa, let's walk.
1,200 to 1,400 years ago, they came to Mexico. And they settled in the Gulf region. Okay, and so once I found out that they were the Mandi, then I started really getting interested in the Olmec people. And so then I found, in a sense, that the calendar that the Maya used was invented by the Olmecs. I said, aha, if it was invented by the Olmecs, I could probably find out more about the calendar by researching the Mandi calendar. And I found that the Mayan calendar, the calendar they use today down in Mexico, is a calendar that they got from the Malinki Bambara people. But I found
nigga, what? Nigga, show us a civilization with the Malinki Mandara people, nigga. You niggas ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. Bro, you don't go get a nigga who don't have nothing and try to compare it on side of places like Palenque, Laventa, or any of these places here, civilizations that's still standing. You don't come talking about use your imagination. Or here's a reconstructed depiction on how it would have looked then. Nah, we're not doing that. What the Olmec heads at in Africa, nigga? So how nah, bro? What the Olmec heads at in Africa? I'm going to Mexico City, right? In Mexico City, they have the Museum of Anthropology. The Museum of Anthropology. They got Olmec heads in them. Yes, I'm going to Mexico City. I'm going to study the Topcatz culture down there, Aztec culture, the Spanish settlements. We going through all of that. And I'm gonna document it. So I got a new camera coming, right? I'm getting a new camera because when we going out there, bro, we gotta step it up. The phone is cool. You can go in 4K mode on the phone and everything, but that'll be one angle. We're gonna get a professional camera so we can take pictures and professional record. So we're gonna be ready for that. Hey y'all, jump on my like button. Jump on my like button. That's a damn shame. We got 114 and only 74 likes. That's too much of a gap. Come on, man. We supposed to be great. We supposed to be great, bro. At the beginning of this year, we vision a world where ain't no Pan Africans and ain't none of these other people on the board, bro. That's how we started off, bro. That's how we gonna finish. And in 2024, you getting off the board, bro. We shouldn't come back and have to listen to a Pan African in 2024, bro. Shout out to Indigenous Mind in the building. Big Cirque say, I got the pack, bro. I don't know if I told you. In the real way. BCU, family for life. My nigga, turn up one time. In the real Indian way. All right, let's walk. So he gonna build on Mende coming from Africa.
I really need to do another book because see, since I published this book, I found 3 tribes. I found three tribes in Virginia. The Tutelo, the Manican, the Mandine. I found 3 more Mandi tribes in Virginia.
Bro, the money cam are not, no, they're not, bro. You got a money cam in Florida too, bro. So why would you do that? Why would you say mandate? When these people specifically. Now, even if we're gonna go by the money cam went their real name. See, they called them by at least 3 different names. If I say them, y'all will know them. But see, I'm stacking 12 in the box tomorrow and we going in on that topic. So I don't want to go too far. But bro, what about the people out of Florida? See, your old ass don't even know. See, you got 3 different names because you got to understand the French gonna put a name on them, the Spanish gonna put a name on them, the rival tribes are gonna put a name on them. This what I'm saying, bro. Even these people we talking about, they went by 3 different motherfucking names, nigga, because you got 3 different people identifying them. And that was just one, and that's a European interpretation of them that you just said. We dump master teachers, professors, we dump all these niggas on their shoulder bone. These niggas don't know shit. Don't know a motherfucking thing, man. Watch how we walk this bitch down tomorrow, nigga. Best that ever did this shit. Easy.
And I also discovered that the Manican, they had an what's called a lingua franca called Okanishi. You may find a lot of Aboriginal people, the Black Aboriginals. Nobody want to be black, but I mean, they are black. But the Black Aboriginals, they like to use the word Niji. Yeah. And they don't even know that that's the Mandi word for hello.
Wow. Yeah. So if y'all niggas say Niji, if y'all niggas out here saying Niji, you are saying an African word that means hello. Really. Hold on, y'all, it get worse.
Yeah, because see, that's what it's all about is research. So I dedicated myself to doing this research because see, back when I was in high school, my wife, my wonderful one, she her grandfather was Cherokee and her grandmother was Blackfoot, And so then so my mother told us that we were Choctaw. But I didn't give a damn about being no Choctaw because, I mean, damn, I grew up, I'm 72 years old. I grew up in the 60s. The Indians always lost. Yeah. I didn't want to, why I want to be an Indian? I didn't want to be known as no Indian. I wanted to be one.
Nigga, when they have the African one. Africans couldn't fight then, they can't fight now. Come out here talking about no powerful African army. Y'all, the last powerful African army was Carthage. Was Hannibal. Hey, did y'all know that Denzel Washington is about to he about to star in a movie about Hannibal? It's gonna be on Netflix. Yeah, Denzel Washington is about to play Hannibal. So got my attention. I want to check it out. A lot of people might don't know, but the Carthaginians come from America. Yes, the Carthaginians come from America. We'll touch on that tomorrow. The Carthaginians, who they called Africa, right? Carthage, once it became a Roman province after the Battle of Zama, they called that area the Afri. It's where the Africans they say come from. Yeah, but the homie them they was from down here, bro, and they went and built a colony out there, which in history is known as a Phoenician colony. Y'all go watch Bloodlines of the God 4. What is wrong with you, bro? Bloodlines of the God 4.
One of the people from Mali or Songhay or Ghana. I mean, I wanted to come from one of the African civilizations. So back then, I didn't really get involved. I did a survey.
Indian King in the building, man. Southside still holy, man. H-Time in this bitch.
When I was a senior.
Girly girl, H-Time in the building, man.
In high school, and I found that about 60 to 70% of the brothers there said they had Indian ancestry. You probably got Indian ancestry. You probably asked your grandma. Yeah. You know, if your grandma's around, I don't want to go there. But I mean,
hey, Presh. It's the guy that bought a BCU Platinum pack the other day. This nigga from Denmark. Man, that nigga ain't, man, y'all, man, they got people overseas buying platinum packs. Yeah, sure. They got people in class from overseas, man. Say, Press, I want to Press whenever you pop back up. I want to holler at you, bro. I want to know what's going on over there overseas, man. There you go, right there. Say, Press, come holler at me, man. Hit the link, come holler at me. Where you at in the army, nigga? What you, one of them passport bros or something? Come holler at me real quick, man. Link in the chat. Link under you. Why you laughing? Press, man. What you, a passport, bro? Are you one of them army guys? Ty said it say the professor keep changing his stance. You see, he's talking about, I gotta write a new book because I done found some more information and man, yo, sit your ass down. Okay, bet. Press say, hold on just a minute. All right, we're gonna finish listening to this nigga lie up here.
Because of that, then I began, in a sense, to realize over the years, you know, I used to write an Indian at Egypt search. And so, you know, the brothers there always want to talk about the Moors.
Yeah.
So then I decided it was time for me to do some research into to my Aboriginal heritage. So that book is a result of doing some of the research of the
hey, he called them foundational Black Aboriginals.
Of that. So, Richie, are you from Virginia? I see that writing. Are you from Virginia? That's where the many can live, in Virginia.
And yeah, we'll see if he comments back to answer that question. But yeah, that's very interesting that you say that. I mean, that's what we hear just across the board, you know, with our people, so-called Black African American here. Like my granddad told me that his father was Blackfoot Indian, and I listened but didn't really understand until I started to look deeper.
He couldn't be Blackfoot, you know, because the white man say the only Blackfoot live in Canada. That's a lie. That's a lie. because Blackfoot live in North Carolina, Georgia. But see what happened.
Hey, Money Bay, you seen up there earlier? We got them Jaguars in Japan tonight, man. They say it's about I think it's like midnight or something out there right now. He just said, say they about to hit the town. For research purposes only, they're looking for a strip club for the best strip club Japan has to offer. For research purposes only.
Is that a lot of people don't know when they talk about the buffalo, they always talk about the buffalo in the Old West. But do you know what? My family is there in Delaware, so they're from Delaware. Okay, he must be a Moor or something from Delaware. Anyway, so so back in the day, in a sense, it's very important to understand that people really didn't understand a lot in terms of history. And so our ancestors, they told us this stuff, but see, Buffalo used to be in Virginia. Buffalo used to be in Mississippi. Buffalo used to be in North Carolina. Yes, wow. The buffalo was all the way here. But but they killed them off quickly. And see what happened is the Mongoloid Indians, they followed the buffalo to the East Coast. When they came to the East Coast, they were hunter-gatherers. They lived in teepees. Yeah. But see, foundational Black American Aboriginals, we built houses.
I told y'all. Foundational Black Aboriginal. Whoa. He made his own genre up. Foundational Black. Hey, Press, I ain't forgot about you. You said a couple minutes. I'm still checking the back door. We still waiting on you to pull up, Press. We got to hear this one. Right. Press said blonde hair, blue eye. Press, we got to hear this one out, man.
We built palisades.
That nigga in Holland.
We built forts around. We built stockades around our houses. Yeah. See, when they talk about log cabin, all that brick houses, they got that from us. And so what happened is that we adopted the Mongoloid Indians. And then Benjamin Franklin, what he did, he said is that if the white man wanted to rule America, he should hook up with the red man. And by hooking up with the red man, he felt in a sense that they could turn their children white in a longer time. It takes about what? It takes about 3 generations to turn a black baby, a half-breed black baby into a white. Yeah. So, but they felt they.
Brother, source that shit up, old school. And you a professor. Source up, homie. What are you saying right now, Brody? Benjamin Franklin said, nigga, that ain't that many white people in the world right now. So we don't know where you get your information. Brother, the red man will be the copper colored man. Check. Benjamin Franklin wasn't no white boy. Benjamin Franklin was swarthy. What are you talking about? See, now it's time for y'all to sit y'all old ass back and listen to the new generation. We don't want to hear nothing y'all got to say. Y'all ain't helping you guys or hurting at this point. You're hurting. We don't need none of you old niggas to come teach American history. We got the American history teachers out here on the board already. Nah, we reject your deposit, homie. Take that shit down the block, nigga. You ain't mixing no American. Dr. Kaba, all of y'all. James Smalls, all of y'all take this shit down the block. Not on my watch, homie. Big Ch- say we knocking them down. Line them up. We reject you. Y'all ain't no master teachers in American history, homie. Y'all get nothing on this side of the board. Absolutely. Not while I'm out here.
You do it fast with the Indians. So what the European did is that he allowed the Mongoloid Indians to steal our names. Wow. Like that's why if you look at the 5 civilized tribes over there in Oklahoma, they all led by white people today.
Yeah. Tiffany, baby, please say the baby. Tiffany, The dates are in May. Better have your ass out there on that beach in Cancun, Mexico, Tiffany, baby. Better have your ass out there in Mexico. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna take my belt off. It's May. I think the end of May. Is at the end of May. I get it for you. I get the dates. We trying to figure out the resort right now, and then we'll come back. So by tomorrow night.
Yeah, that's crazy too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, it's crazy. They look just like the so-called colonizers.
They are the colonizers because
Yep.
they're not. See, because it's all made up. Because what happened is that when they did the doll roll.
The who? The doll roll. You can tell when a nigga ain't got no ancestors on the dolls roll. When they did the doll roll, what? School. Stick to Afrocentrism.
After the end of the Civil War, what happened is that they sent a commission around the United States to try to register the so-called indigenous population of America, the Aboriginals. But see, what they did is that instead of listing us as Americans, they listed us as free.
Hold up, y'all. We got Prince in the building. And Tim say your belt, that's not a threat. Oh, okay. What's up with it, Prince? Turn up one time.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, man.
Okay, man.
Where you at, man? Where you at in the world, Prince?
I'm in Denmark, man.
Denmark, man. What's the weather like out there, man?
It's crazy, man. We just had like a flood or some shit.
Right. It's flooding everywhere, man. It's flooding in Dubai, everywhere right now. What I was gonna say, man, how long you been into them? Are you from America or are you from Denmark?
I am from Denmark, man.
Okay, have you ever been to the States?
Once when I was like a child.
What part of the States you nobody ask you?
New York and what was it? East, West Coast, yeah, Arizona.
Okay.
So yeah.
So what parts you want to visit now that you're older?
Man, especially like Middle America, I guess.
Like the Midwest?
No, I guess like the Mayans and stuff like this. I've really been into like reading about all this. So yeah. So yeah, the Mayans and all the mounds and all the. I'm up on the Curry Mayo shit as well. He's the guy I found first.
Yeah, shout out to Curry Mayo, man. That's my boy.
Yeah, he's really good at sourcing up, and I just really respect people who can like really back up what they're saying, because it's crazy out here. Like, so yeah, man, you're great, by the way.
Tell us some history out there in Denmark.
The history, yeah, man. I know a little. I've been like looking for the past because I know they lie a lot about our history. So, but basically, I figure out the part I'm from. It used to be an Arabic tribe who came here. Like the island today is called Shelland, but it was used to be called Kodania or something, and that's an old tribe mentioned by some Greek guy. I think it was Pliny or something. But anyways, they were basically said to be Moors, So I was looking into that. So yeah, it's only etymology. I've been looking at that, but I've been found more heads in Denmark.
Yeah, they had some royal families out there.
Yeah,
hey,
definitely.
Do you know anything about Sweden?
What? Sweden?
Do you know anything about Sweden?
Yeah, my name is partly from there. my name has like Brown in it, so I guess my family used to be owned by or made by. I'm not sure where we come from, man. I have no idea. Looking into all this shit, I figured they manipulated genes and they made it albinos or some shit to be their 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 like their so-called slaves or indentured servants. I'm not sure, man. But anyways,
yeah, I got
because like
my family. I got a line that came out of Sweden. Actually, they ruled Sweden. They was it say they Swedish noble family, the oldest surviving family of pure Swedish extraction, with origins stretching back at least far as the late 13th century.
13th century. Wow.
Yeah,
Wow,
them
man.
all them they was so my grandmother on that side, she was actually the queen of England. You ever heard of King Eric out there? King Eric is one of my ancestors out there.
King
On my
Eric.
right.
Wow. Okay.
He knighted my grandpa and my uncle. And my grandpa on that side, they buried in a nicer temple or burial ground out there.
Wow.
And
Man.
yeah, and my grandma from that line, she buried in where they buried the popes at. And yeah, she buried where they buried the popes at. But that's the line that's coming out of Sweden. They came here to America in the 1600s. But yeah, they ruled Sweden shit from back in when the Vikings got there, because they are Viking. Yeah, they're a Viking line.
Yeah,
So,
the Danes, man. You know, you should take out the I think it's called Grammaticus Saxo or something. That's an old writing about Danish people, and you know they tell about giants and stuff and all this this stuff and pygmies and shit. And you know they tell about it's supposed to be a historic account of the first Danes, you know, and there's like two kinds of people in Denmark. There's the ones called Angles or something, and then there's the Danes, you know. And when you read that, you can clearly see from like, okay, these people are not the people who are around today. So you know, that's you know, I'm really fascinated by the whole story of this place, also, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
How far you is from Sweden?
Like 30 kilometers. I can see it, man. From where I'm at, almost.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come. I'm gonna come out. I'm gonna make my way out there, man. I'm gonna do me a European tour, trying to knock out as many we can around the Americas, North and Central America. And I'm gonna come out there. I'm going to Scotland, Ireland, France, because I'm going to go get all those cathedrals and shit out there. South France, especially, I want to go do some research down there. A lot of the bloodlines went down into South France. Also, Sweden and Switzerland, because I have a line go back to Switzerland. They fought under King William III when they went in and took power from went to Scotland and took the power from King Charles.
Ooh, okay, you got like your whole family line from all over Europe.
Right. So this guy right here, he gonna bring up Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell's second daughter was Elizabeth Cromwell. That's in one of my lines here. That matter of fact, that line that I was just talking about, that Sweden raw bloodline, they're gonna breed with Oliver Cromwell with that line coming out of Ireland.
Okay,
And,
so like Oliver Cromwell who kicked out the or so-called or whatever happened.
Right, in the English Civil Wars,
Yeah,
so his daughter Elizabeth, that's gonna be one of my grandmas. Right. And so I could trace the line all the way back up to him, to his daughter, from one of my grandpas here. So her children is gonna have children. It's gonna go down like 4 or 5 lines, and then that's when my grandpa gonna come in. Yeah. All of them royal bloodline though, because you know the royals only mix with the royals.
Yeah, man. You know, it's like you can almost tell like who's been. I don't know. I have some theory about it. You know.
Break it down. Go shoot, because you might be on to something.
Yeah, because it's not to like prompt up like some arrogance about bloodlines or whatever, you know, but I think there is something about behavior and you know people who can speak up and people who, yeah, I don't know, man. It's hard to speak about because I don't want to insult people who feel like,
Nah,
oh,
you
where's
good,
my
man. Just drop it, bro. You good.
yeah, okay. But yeah, I think generally there is like a connection, like with people who have a particular bloodline, they act a certain way. You know, I've been to Africa, you know, and lived there, um, and it's crazy because that's how I found out that Africans are not in America because the Americans are nothing like Africans in no way whatsoever. You're very different people, and you know, I've been, and it's like different behaviors is with different bloodlines in a way, and I'm not sure about the royal things and how things actually were back in the day because who was leaders? Leaders was those who were not, who got power because of the deeds they did.
Military, yeah.
Yeah,
Kill
yeah,
it.
you know, being a good leader. That was you became a leader by the actions you've done, and that put you up there, like to rule, or you know, you have the proper skills to like understand the whole complex situation of having a good life for everybody around you, right? But you know they turned that shit around and turned it against the people, so they rule out of egotistical ways today, as of where prior they would consider everybody. Because I don't believe the story about they tell us that we were more savage and all this shit back in the day. I actually believe it's quite the opposite, you know. So yeah, man.
Hey, have you ever heard of the Vasa family out there?
Vasa?
Yeah,
Like
VASSA, the Vasa family.
VASSA, the Vasa
Out of
family.
Sweden. They from Sweden.
I'm gonna check it out, man.
Okay, you check them out. That's a royal bloodline out there. So they gonna be part of my family. It's gonna be in the Swedish wars, and yeah, that's gonna be one of the royal bloodlines out there, the Vasa, VASA.
Okay, I'm gonna look into it. It's like where in Sweden exactly are they from? Like Stockholm or some shit like that, or southern Sweden. You don't know?
Now let me see. Yeah, I gotta check it out. So the castle was in hold on, let me see where the hell this nigga was born at. Lucas confirmed, bring it, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I gotta look it up. Hold on, born. Yeah, I gotta look it up where exactly they at out there.
Yeah, it's all good, man. It was just a few new. So,
hold on, I just had the motherfucker. So yeah, Gustavo. Yeah, they had 2 wars out there. And shit, they been there since the 12th century almost. So you remember the Reformation between Denmark and Norway?
I wasn't there, 15,
man. 15, 20. Yeah, nah, it's cool. That's gonna happen in the 1520s. But I brought that up to say they was a part of that Reformation in Denmark.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Denmark, Norway.
Yeah, Denmark owned the whole Scandinavia at some point.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like.
And so that's where you say the Arabs came in, or what you call them, the Moors.
Yeah. It's because of the first name for the island that I live on. It's called Codania. Codania. Like, I've been looking into that, and that's like a tribe, and it's said in like an old paper that it was an Arab tribe. So I was like putting those two together, and plus they have found some, what is it, medallions or some shit that's or talismans or whatever with Arabic things around in Denmark. So, but I'm not sure if they were here to begin with or if they were like invaders or some shit like that. So I don't know, man. I have no idea about it. But all I know is that we have some castles in Denmark.
Yeah.
And all this shit. And I know, none of the people here today.
Hey, how far are you from the castles?
Oh, like a half hour I can be in Copenhagen. Like, so that's a lot of.
Hey, is that what Nipsey Hussle said he was at?
I don't know, man.
You said Copenhagen?
Copenhagen?
Yeah, that's what Nipsey Hussle got there in one of his songs.
For real?
Okay. Yeah, you gotta check him out. Oh man, one day, man, we can set something up, man, and you can hop on, man, and go live from there, man, and we can show the people, give them like a tour around the castles, man.
Yeah, man, definitely.
You on IG?
On the IG?
Yeah. Hit me up on there. They gonna drop my link tree down there. Follow me on there and hook up on the BCU app. We got a free app, and that way we can stay in touch. Yeah, you can hit me on there, whatever. We can set up a date, and we'll get the people a tour, man, around the castles.
Yeah, for sure, man, for sure.
I bet. Appreciate you.
Also, I've been to the Roskilde Domkirke. It's like the main church in the old capital in Denmark.
Who they credit for putting it there?
I can't remember, bro. But I do know I was in there and I was looking at the rocks. They bury all the kings in there, and a lot of them have like so-called Negro features. Okay, so it's like somebody is lying,
Right.
And that was just what I wanted to say about that. But
how far that is from you?
It's very close. Everything where I'm at.
Man, we gotta do a tour, man. We gotta set up a date, man, and you give us a tour through there. Real talk. You're gonna be our plug in Denmark. When I come out there to Sweden, man, to go to the castles and shit of my people there, man, I'm gonna hit you up while I'm out there. We can dip through there, man. I want to go back and see the castles and all that shit. Like King Eric, he was in the runnings to get with Queen Elizabeth I. But she ended up fucking with Robert. Robert was her baby daddy though. But yeah, she had 2 kids by Robert. They call her the Virgin Queen though, but she really had
Virginia and all this, right?
Right. She really had 2 kids. So we're gonna bring that out in the lecture tomorrow too. But yeah, man, appreciate you coming up, man. Good bill like a motherfucker, man. I can go all the way around the world, man, on the history, man. I can do this shit all day, but appreciate you coming up, man, and man, tap in with me so we can definitely put that together and get that tour around Denmark.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you subbing the BCU too, man. You got some good work over there.
Yeah, man. I'm mind blown, man. I had to figure this shit out, like the Irish and all the bloodlines, it all traced back. I've been puzzled by this for years, but like, so yeah. But yeah, again, the first time I kind of figured out was when I was living in Africa. People were just not they, especially with the music. Like if you played American music, they didn't care, and I was like, are y'all not the same? And of course not, man. So my dumbass recognized that, and they only play their own music. They play Afrobeat and
Right.
and this stuff here. I don't know even if where origin is from this and that. I don't know, but
Well, it's gonna come out the islands because a lot of those tribes in Brazil, in the islands. See, it was a big war for the islands back in the game that people don't talk about. It was a big war because you had island nations here in North America, Florida, for example. You had Arawakan and Taino tribes here who had confederacies, who they were trading with here. So even though it wasn't a lot, but you even had Peru. You had nations from Peru here. And so we gonna go through all of that tomorrow. And we I think the confusing part is the names that they putting on people. And it's not helping people to connect the dots. They're not saying they give them a name, they're not saying, okay, these are the nations that were operating in this area or part of this confederacy, which had lands or had trading posts in A, B, C, and D. They not lining it up like that. And so they left here, they just put it out there and we put it together. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna bring some light to it tomorrow and show exactly who these people are, talk about the wars that happened, who was on what side. And yeah, man, hopefully we'll make some sense. We want to tie these bloodlines into each other. But I'll say they've been in them areas for a long time. So it's gonna make a lot of sense. We connect the European empires to the empires that were here in America.
Okay, word, man. But what do you think? Like, was it like one kind of empire, or was it like
Nah.
America
Impossible.
first and then Europe, or Europe first and then America?
Well, I say this
And
here.
where the names belong, like, does the names to Europe belong to Europe, or do they belong to America?
Well, Europe is named after Europia, right?
No,
Europia
not the
is
name Europe, but the names in Europe. Like, like we have.
yeah. I got
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
So nah, they will actually come from here. So they will be colonies. Certain places in Europe will be colonies for people who actually left the Americas. The part that we have to do now that hadn't been done is identify exactly who's who. And so now it never was one empire because now you had families who came from royal lines who funded these different colonies or expeditions. So that they always fought against each other though. And so like we'll yeah, I just put it like that. It'll be families that fought against each other, no different than let's get an example of the War of Roses in Europe. You know what I mean? These are different families fighting against each other. And the same thing was down here with the Mayans. You had different Mayans. They coming from the same family lines, bloodlines, but they fought against each other. And so they'll have operations colonies where they empire dwelt, and some of them will get sacked by, and when they get sacked, they get sacked by their family. You know what I mean, bloodline. So we'll see a lot of that happening. But nah, they wasn't the same. But Europia come from a Phoenician goddess, and come from a Phoenician goddess. Now the Phoenicians are going to come from the Americas though. And so, like I said, you'll have Peru here. You're gonna have Mexico in America, these nations in Mexico, because down there was just colonies, bro, in certain parts, especially in the Yucatan. Those were colonies down there. No one lived down there or originated there. Those were colonies that they had down there. And that's why it kept switching hands. The power structure keeps switching hands. But whether it be Topcatz invasion, so on and so forth. But yeah, we'll try to get into much of that tomorrow. Arawakan say there are many American Indians got the last name Europe. Yeah, we'll see a lot of those names, the famous surnames that's in America. That's why you'll see them in Europe as well. It's all gonna be the same line.
Word.
That's the bad. That's the bad, man. We're gonna get back into the bill, but
Word.
don't forget to hit me up, man, so we can make that tour happen.
All right. I'll look into it. Like, find some special places. Like, there is a lot of old stuff here as well. So yeah.
I bet. Hey, y'all, jump on that like button out there, y'all. We missing 20-something likes. We missing 20-something likes. We're gonna get back into the build. Clyde Winters line saying that the Olmec are from Africa. Not only that, we're gonna catch him stealing Big Chief information.
And so all the Black Indians, they're listed on the Dawes roll as freemen. But we were really in a sense Indians, but they don't want to give us that credit as Indians because they know, just like now we're trying to get reparations. But see, we're trying to get reparations for slavery. But they owe us reparations for the land they took from us.
That's right.
See, they owe reparations for their murder of our people and stuff. But see, what it is that they've always wanted to give us this mythology, this illusion. You see, they always wanted to give us, in a sense, this whole idea that all the foundational Black Americans, that we all came from Africa. And the reason they wanted to tell us we all came from Africa was because, see, by saying that we came from Africa, that would deny the ownership of maybe your Blackfoot ancestors or my Choctaw ancestors. See what they did? They kicked us off the land and they never signed any treaties with us. See, and then
bro, where your genealogy in, bro? Boy, when you don't do genealogy, you'll say anything. I always told y'all you can listen to what a nigga talk and can tell if he got genealogy or not. Bro, they ain't never signed no treaties with us. So how is the Creek them? How are these people on the 1866 treaty, bro? Or any of the Creek treaties? How they ain't never signed? Boy, what are you talking about? Your family may never sign no treaty, bro, but you don't come out here and speak for everybody. And you got something on the back called black. Yeah, in the back, black something in the background. What is going on?
At the same time, they didn't sign any treaties with us. They gave the Mongoloid Indians cards and stuff like that, so that they could say that they're this Indian or that Indian.
Yeah.
Man, sit your ass down somewhere. The Mongoloids didn't sign their treaties, bro, until after the Civil War, bro. Mongoloids ain't signed no treaties till after the Civil War, bro. The first treaties, bro, happened in the 1700s, homie, in the colonies. So why would you sit here and say that? I mean, just that is rookie level information right there. To say that. That's rookie level. Come on, bro. Just simple chronology will tell you that.
That's crazy. And I mean, I shouldn't say it's crazy. We can see, the ramifications of that, now. I mean, you can still see it. And it makes sense just when you look at simple things like the older definitions of American, like the 1828 definition. Yeah. And it tells you even in that definition what happened, where it explains the copper-colored indigenous people, but now that term applies to the descendants of Europeans born in America.
Yeah, but more than that is that what they did is that they talked about the copper-colored, but then later, in a sense, they flipped the script and started saying the red man. See, there were many Mongoloid Indians that mixed with us, but see, what happened is that a lot of Black people were always trying to run away and get freedom, get some land, and we tried to keep moving away from the white man. But the white man eventually bought he got the Louisiana Purchase. Then he bought California, Washington from the Russians. And so no matter where we ran, they would follow us, like.
Yeah.
And
he said he bought California from the Russians. Well, the person that did that specifically, is the guy who is claimed to brought the Illuminati here. All right. He's gonna be a high Freemason. He's gonna be raised under William Allen in Philadelphia into the craft of Freemasonry. His grandson will be one of the bankers who will die on the Titanic. All right. So this family is the one who's gonna make the deal. This is gonna be after the war, 1812, and they're gonna make this deal to purchase the Russian company. Old school, sitting here generalizing and reading Wikipedia articles to come up with this, talking about he need to write a new book to tell a nigga that some shit he paraphrasing off of a Wikipedia.
And they exterminated most of the Black Indians in California. See, when the Chicanos, the Latinos, when they start talking about
what war was
those Mongoloid Indians that live in California, they didn't live there. It was Black Indians. But the point is that they were able, in a sense, to steal, in a sense, our heritage, you see. And so because they were able to steal our heritage, then many of us don't really know who we were. And so because of the fact that I am a researcher, I'm a historian, I decided I had to set the record straight, I had to start doing papers and articles to explain how the original people here, the indigenous people, the Aboriginal people, were, in a sense, Black people like you, like me, like us.
But they from Africa.
Yeah. I see someone in the chat is asking, like, which white man. They're trying to see, what part the Irish or the Jews played in this.
Well, see, it's very complicated because you have to understand is that the people that live in Ireland today, they're not the Irish. See, the people that live in Ireland today, they took the original people that lived in Ireland were the Black Irish. But see, Oliver Cromwell.
See, this was the first one, right? Why I said, this is the first one. The first thing he said, I said, hold on. He couldn't go into no detail, no nothing. So I said, he regurgitating. But hold on, let's keep going because y'all gonna see when he come and he just gonna go all like, and he gonna take my shit, right? First thing right there, I just did it. I'm waiting on him to go into detail.
Oliver Cromwell, he was a Protestant, and so then the Black Catholics, he was Black too. Now, I'm saying this, he was.
Sounds. I mean, that same way I had the conversation with Brother Dane, and I emphasize, hey, don't forget he was a nigga too.
Black too.
Okay.
Oliver Cromwell. If you see a picture of him, they make you think he was white. He wasn't white. Most of the kings and queens back there. I know you may have seen my video on the King John, I think it was, and he was Black. But anyway,
yeah, I seen that weak ass video you put out talking about the nobility, the arms crest, and I saw that weak ass shit. You ain't know what you was talking about on there neither.
So Oliver Cromwell, what he did is that he hated in a sense the Catholics. So Oliver Cromwell, when he became the,
I'm gonna play Oliver Cromwell in the movie, goddamn. I can trace that nigga back in my ancestry. They say he was a damn fool. You know, it is what it is, man. That's why
they had a
his favorite daughter was Elizabeth. Now that's I go back double digit numbers to get that one. That's 1600.
He invaded Ireland. When he invaded Ireland, he killed about 200,000 Black Irish. And then
what? He killed, man, Oliver Cromwell ain't killed nobody. First off, let's start that nigga. That nigga ain't killed nobody. It was a civil war going on, idiot. And the people who lost, it was a civil war because Charles I, King James of the Bible, his son Charles I, Brody, they gonna have a civil war because they stood on side of the church. Okay, they was riding with Catholicism. All right, Charles I had two boys. He had Charles II and he had James by his cousin, who was from France. Now they are gonna be of the Medici bloodline, the powerful Medici. We'll have that in the lecture tomorrow. These niggas can't fuck with me. We ain't goddamn out here just saying anything. This nigga don't know what he talking about. He didn't watch the BCU tape and regurgitating. I'm gonna prove it.
He sent 400,000 Black Irish to the colonies, to North America, and also down to the Caribbean. See, many people, they always teach you that in 1619 that the first Africans came over here. It was already Black people here. And in fact, the first slaves in 1634, the first chattel slaves were in a sense Aboriginal Black people. Then in 1651, Oliver Cromwell sent 200,000 Black Irish, the original Irish. He sent them into chattel slavery because just like those people from Jamaica and all that running back to Britain. Oliver Cromwell said, "Nigga, you don't come back here." So now they're coming back.
Nigga, shut up. First off, James I went into Ireland. When he went in to colonize Ireland, he brought with him people from Scotland. The people that came with him from Scotland will become known as the Scottish Irish. 1603, he will unite the crowns. Check. He will unite the crowns. The people that was sent, the Irish wouldn't work nothing. The Scots will always work more than the Irish. The Scots are the ones who gonna play a major role in this. Now the Irish should be Jamaica because you had the royal families leave after these battles in the Civil War, and they heard everybody was in Jamaica, and so that's where they all went. They paid money to get taken there, and they would go on to rule the largest plantations down there as well.
But
that was after. Before then, they went to Barbados, 1627, under Charles I. They went to Barbados. In Barbados, they paid almost twice as much for Scottish indentured servants than they did for Irish. The Jews out of Brazil would connect with Penn, the Penn family, and the Vulnerables, and they would get a play to run the Spanish out of Jamaica. And then they'll start coming over the Irish, and the Scots.
So the first slaves in 1634, after around Thanksgiving, these were Aboriginal black people. You know, because see, they need the Aboriginal black people to grow tobacco. That's why if you look at the pictures around the tobacco when they on the plantations, they always had the black people with feathers. You know,
yeah,
that's because they were mainly black. The Indians were all black, and then so they had the first triangular trade was a trade in black Indians, and they sold them to work on the plantations in the Caribbean and the plantations in the South, tobacco plantations. Okay, then in 1651, 1652, Oliver Cromwell sent the Black Irish over to America to be chattel slaves. Chattel slaves, because see, these Black Irishmen, they were not supposed to ever come back to Britain, come back to the UK, because the Oliver Cromwell, if he found, he killed the babies, all type of things. He's very, very evil.
Well, a lot of them went back, bro, because a lot of them they went from being indentured service to actually coming back and coming to America and being very successful here. And they also became merchants themselves. And so now I wouldn't say that. So after a period of time, they were able to go back and forth because they actually, they probably didn't have much there, maybe an acre or two, and then they got here and blew up like the world trade. Them niggas started getting more money than, and we can name some names, for instance, to show the small plots they started with in the islands and end up coming here and blowing up larger than some of the what they would call what they call the planters. What they would call the planters here, they became larger planters than ones in the island.
Oh, brother, but I hated to find out this stuff because growing up in America, we had a clear division between the white and the black. And then when I started doing my research and finding out that many of these people who I thought was white was really black, I had a traumatic experience.
Come on, bro. Stop it, bro. You've been out 30, 40 years, bro. You just now coming back talking about you found out all these people that was white and now black, bro. Come on, man. Black European royal bloodlines in America, bro. How you just now? He say going crazy, y'all. He just now realizing, and it done don't be looking ass. And then I was sitting there, and then it dawned on me, really. Hold on, y'all. We finna catch him dead to the run. Y'all know how we caught Tariq Nasheed talking about a non-FBA edge up? This how we finna catch him.
I didn't want to believe that black people could be so evil, so cruel.
Yeah.
You see. And then then they started bringing African slaves, because remember, the first Africans that came to Jamestown in 1619 were indentured servants.
You all over the place. And them people supposed to came from Veracruz, bro. You don't know what you're talking about.
And so they didn't start bringing African slaves to the Americas until 1670, 1675. So the first slaves, in a sense, were Aboriginal blacks. The second slaves were Black Irish in 1654. And then the Africans started coming over in 1659.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I have a book back here that shows several different cities in the early America in the 16 and 1700s, where they would just it would be somebody that was born in like Connecticut or some other colony, and they would just say, maybe 1 year in the census, they would say that this person was an enslaved African from West Africa, from Guinea, and everybody knew they were from that area.
Yeah.
But the whole community, went along.
Nigga, that shit was made up by a Quaker. Go get somebody in the 1600s writing it. Cause we can name almost all of the authors who was making literature about people coming here from Africa. The Quakers made that up. So, brother, wherever you got that book, I hope you kept the receipt.
Along with this person being, descendant of enslaved Africans.
Well, see, a lot of them, but see, all of them wasn't slaves. But see, what happened is that they didn't call the Black Irish black. They just said that they were Irish, they were swarthy, or they said that they were copper colored, stuff like that. But then they would describe the Indians, that the copper colored people, as black, but they never called them black. They didn't call the Black Irish black. They only, in a sense, used to call the people from Africa. They called the people from Africa Negroes, and so that's how.
Man, ain't nobody called no people from Africa. Ain't never been called the Negroes, bro. What are you saying, bro? Negro is a Spanish word. That's European, bro. What are you talking about? If that was the case, then why they use Negro in America today and they don't use it in Africa, bro? When was a period, nigga, where they was running around calling people Negroes in Africa, bro? Y'all can't answer that. Why don't Africans have Negro, the word Negro, in their vocabulary? Why don't Africans have the word Negro in their vocabulary, brother? Because it never been used. Cut it out.
That's how, in a sense, we got this whole idea. That's why a lot of times when you're reading history, the Negroes were that, but the Indians, they were also black, but they never called them black.
Huh?
See, the white man's always been very deceptive. That's why he writes history, and he writes history to include himself or to teach us lies.
Yeah. And so I want to get into some questions from your book. Now, once again, for anyone who just joined, speaking about the Mandate and the ancient Americas, we're talking with the author, Dr. Clyde Winters. I want to ask you a question now. How are you able to decipher the ancient Olmec language?
Okay, this is what I did. As I told you before, I was reading Leo Viner, and so Leo Viner, in his book, he talked about the fact that in linguistics is what they call a substratum language. What Leo Viner did, he showed that many words in the Mayan language, many words in the Aztec language were Mandi words or Malinke Bambara words. Okay, so he did that. Then he showed what was called the Tushla statuette. Okay, and when he showed the Tushla statuette, he said, hey, those symbols are the same symbols that are found among the Mandingo people in West Africa. So then I said, all right, if the Tushla statue has symbols that are in West Africa, if the Maya and Aztecs use Mandi words, then why don't I see what those various characters on the Tushla statuette, what do they mean in the Malinke Bambara language? So I learned Malinke Bambara, Mayan, and I learned Malinke Bambara and Mayan. And so then when I found the characters, then I was able, in a sense, to decipher the characters on the Tushla statuette. And when I deciphered the characters on the Tushla statuette, then that showed me, in a sense, that they were that the Olmec people were the Mandi people. And so then after that, I was able to, then it was years. I mean, I deciphered the Olmec language back in 1979. I deciphered it in 1979.
Y'all heard that? Nigga been studying before I was born and still don't know shit. Boy, how you get a head start? How you start studying before I was even born? Boy, I wasn't even born yet, boy, and I still can kick your ass, nigga. You got a head start. You been practicing since before I was born, nigga, and you still don't know shit. Hold on, y'all. We finna catch him.
But they didn't publish any more inscriptions. They didn't publish any more Olmec inscriptions for about 10, 20 years. But then when they started publishing more Olmec inscriptions, then I was able to read even more even more inscriptions. I even now I know the names of the heads. You know, the big head kings. I know their names now from understanding the Olmec language. So I was able to read the Olmec language because one, Mayan and Aztecs used Mandi words. Okay, the Mayans said that they got their writing system and their language from the Turushi, and so then the Turushi, since I knew that their writing came from the Olmecs, when they said they got it from the Turushi, that meant that the name of the Olmec people was not Olmec, but She. That's why you see people with the X, I, She. That was the name of the Olmec people. And then when you look in the Mandi language, you find that She means black, race, ancestry, you see. And so then that was how I was able to decipher the Olmec language, is by one, knowing that the substratum in Mayan and Aztec, two, the inscriptions on the Trisla statuette, and these inscriptions proved to be related to the Vai script. So then I learned the Vai script, I learned the Mandi language. And so then I said, damn, I said, woo, I said, this is some crazy-ish.
He learned the Vai script. So the Vai script is going to come from America, North America. Now, it is used in over 58 different vocabularies, including Africa. So this is where he's getting this from. So the script that was created in the Americas, it's going to be used throughout colonization. We're going to keep it real. So what they did was, when they went over into Africa in the 1840s, in the 1860s, they started creating grammar schools there. When they started creating these grammar schools, starting in Sierra Leone, it's gonna move to Nigeria. You're gonna have it in South Africa. Gonna move throughout these different countries in Africa. Now it's gonna be taken there by way of the colonizer. Through the American Colonization Society, you're gonna have a guy come there named Curtis Austin. He's going to be credited to bringing the Vai language or Vai syllabary there. He's going to be a Cherokee Indian out of North Carolina. Well, they're going to use it there. They're going to, there's going to be a language barrier there, which they're going to counter by bringing in their own syllabaries to create these languages there. And it is going to be done by way of missionary work and through the implication of schools, public schools there. And so that's how this language is going to travel. And then here comes this guy talking about he's researching it, and he don't even have the ingredients. He don't even know how it got there. He come back a lot later talking about he put something together. Well, you're wrong, brother. You're wrong, and you need to research harder. It don't make no sense. I could be able to grade your paper on the fly. Okay, I shouldn't be sitting here and able to grade your paper and know where you went wrong in your research yet, brother. You've been doing this before I was born. Let's walk.
I said, if the Olmec used these symbols, I said these symbols also look like symbols that they used in the Indus Valley and that the Proto-Sumerians used. So then I said, damn, I wonder, is Malinki Bambara, is it related to the Sumerian language and the Dravidian languages? So then I learned Tamil and I learned Sumerian. And then I said, damn, these languages are the same. And then I was able, in a sense, to find out that all of these people came from Africa. And that allowed me to decipher the Indus Valley writing and to decipher.
All these people, they helped him find out all these people come from Africa. We got the Muskogee aristocrat in the building. Appreciate that love with the cash up. Nigga say here, Muskogee aristocrat. Turn up one time.
In a sense, the Proto-Sumerian writing. You know.
Wow, that's powerful. And I know you said that they didn't publish your findings for about a year, but like in general, what would you say was like the reception from academia?
Okay, the research from academia was nigga what?
Wow.
I repeat, nigga what?
Wow.
What happened is that I published my
nigga please. Nigga please. Clyde, you're a professor, you're an author. You shouldn't be here trying to talk like Topcatz. Nigga and all that type of shit, motherfucker and all that. You didn't say it all. It should be in your vocabulary, Clyde. What are you doing right now, Clyde? You too old for that, Clyde. Now hold on, y'all. We finna get him.
First article in the Journal of African Civilization in 1979. And so Alexander von Woodnall, you probably heard about him. He wrote a lot of books, and Ivan knew him. And so Alexander von Woodnall, he believed in my decipherment, and we went on a speaking tour in 1980 around the country. So he was the support of my decipherment. But the academia, they didn't want to accept it. So a lot of people kept saying, Clyde. You keep talking this ish. Why don't you go and present it? So what I did is that in 1997, I went to the Central States Anthropological Association meeting. And then at the meeting, I presented my decipherment of the Olmec writing. And see, it was cool because I was on a panel with a couple of the big shots, the white big shots. So I had all in the audience, I had all the big shot white people that do studies in Mesoamerica, Mexico. And so then I presented myself. If you notice, you might see some Chicanos, or you might see some laymen attack my work, but you never see any professors attacking my work, because they know that if they attack my work, and I can always publish a rebuttal, you see. Because
and y'all probably know each other from around the way.
See, the thing, because I was able to show it, so I finally sufficed and showed it. So I mean, if you wait for the white man to say you did something, you'll never get any acknowledgement. See, because a lot of things that he said he couldn't decipher, I'm able to decipher, and one of it is based upon this whole idea from Anti-Diop. Anti-Diop, he created this theory of what I call linguistic constancy, and what he found is that African languages, they change slower than European languages. And so then that's why, and so then I did a paper on this years ago, and I showed how words that was collected in the 700s and 800 AD by the Muslims, the Arabs, these same Mandi words were being used today. So I was able to show in a sense that there's a period of constancy. And so that's why I'm able to translate a lot of these ancient languages, whereas the white man, his language changes very quickly. He's always changing languages. When he take over somewhere, he make everybody learn his language. And so then therefore the language is always changing for them. But with us, we keep the same language for years and years.
That's powerful. And I mean, if you ask me, it seems like it's a cover-up, because the work that you're doing makes it obvious, what's really going on. So going back to the language now, you spoke about the similarities between the Mayan glyphs and the Libico Berber writing.
Right.
Could you explain what the Libico Berber writing is and how you came to that?
Okay, well, the Libico Berber writing is not Berber. It's not the Berbers. The Berbers, they're very new people. Many of the Berbers today are of Germanic ancestry. Many of the white Berbers, they're from the Vandals. Now the Tuareg, they're also considered Berbers. But what it was is that the Mandingo people, they were spread from the Niger Valley all the way into Libya to what's called the state of Garaman. And so the Libico Berber inscriptions, those are just inscriptions written by the Mandi people that they left along the chariot routes. See, because Mandi people in the Niger Valley would ride in their chariots all the way to Garaman in the country that we call today Libya. So there's the Libico Berber, just Mandi inscriptions.
Okay, and so like you can see videos, for example, on YouTube where you can see some of the I guess you could say some of the Tuareg tribes where they still do that trade route. Maybe they're trading salt and they're going through the Sahara.
Yeah.
Would this be some of the same people? I mean, these are dark-skinned Africans, and they've been doing it for the longest.
No, they're not the people who wrote the ancient inscriptions. They have an alphabet. They have an alphabet. See, there's a lot of inscriptions by the Mandi and other people that use similar signs, but the Tuareg, they use an alphabet. The Libico-Berber writing, that's a syllabary. See, a syllabary is based on syllables like na, pa, fa, ka, da, whereas an alphabet would be A, B, C, D, or abacada, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, whereas in a sense, and a syllabary, they have a consonant and a vowel. And so the Libico-Berber, Olmec, Proto-Saharan, Proto-Sumerian, Indus Valley, they're all monosyllabic inscriptions. And that's why they put the letters together. Like the Maya, what they did, they took a lot of the so-called Olmec writing, and then they mixed them together and they made inscriptions. Okay. And see, I was able to prove that because I found a bilingual Olmec Mayan text. And this bilingual text showed, in a sense, on the one side they had the Mayan inscriptions, and on the other side they had the Mandi inscriptions. It even
DD, you got to May. DD, you better come out there on that beach in May. We're going back to Mexico to the pyramid tour.
And had a grade on it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can we speak more about that? Because I saw that now when you were speaking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Col Malcaco.
Yeah.
You insinuated that could have been a college, a Mayan college?
Yeah, it was a university.
Okay, can we speak about that?
Yeah, we can. I was gonna say I would show some slides on that, but you know.
You can if you want to.
Okay, I got to see if I can find it.
He got who are the Carib and Taino? But they was out there banging in it. They was out there banging in that whole Caribbean. That was a war zone.
All right, but just to refresh for the people that's listening, the brother just spoke about finding inscriptions in the Olmec and Mayan language, like together in the same area. And it was in an area that this brother described as being a school or a university. Now, before we talk about that, can you enlighten us a little bit as to who the Olmec and Maya are? What was their relationship to each other?
Okay. Well, let's see. The Maya.
Hey, y'all jump on that like button, y'all. Let's get the likes up. We almost there. Let's make sure
the Maya people. They're native, in a sense, people from. They're native people from
where?
Down in Mexico. Let me
from down in Mexico.
Really? Share the screen again.
Really?
Stop sharing. See the Maya. Okay, present. Share screen.
Come on, school. What you gonna do with it? You got the rock. What you gonna do with it? Get the ball in the basket, school. What you gonna do? You ain't got no defense on you, nothing.
Okay. Now, okay. Before I go there, okay, this is it. The the Black Maya people, because see,
the Black Maya people, okay.
The Mongoloid people do not come into the Americas until about 6,000 BC.
Whoa, buddy. You are really showing your ass today.
from 20,000 BC to 6,000 BC, we have what's called the Paleo-Americans. And the Paleo-Americans, phenotypically, they were considered to be Black and Negroid people. Okay. So we find that in Mexico, there was these Black people called, Negro Chiapas Chicanas. There, and they lived in the Mexican state of Chiapas. Okay, so these Black people, they're called the Ocos, and the anthropologists believe that the Ocos.
The Lisa say Top was a kinfolk in Sweden, melanated. Yes, ma'am. They were the Vikings that came and took over the area in Sweden, and so yes, ma'am. They were seafarers. They didn't originate in Sweden, but they came and took over when the Vikings sacked Sweden. So yes, ma'am. I can trace that whole tree down. Yes, ma'am. They were melanated. Now, is it some white folks in there too? Yes, ma'am. I can see the white folks in there. I know exactly who they were. Where they lived at in America, who they are today. But the original Sweden were melanated. We had a brother here today from he came up and he also talked about the castles there and about they were Negro people with Negro features there. So yes, ma'am, that would have been us.
Are the ancestors of the Olmecs. I mean, not the Olmecs, but they're the ancestors of the Mayans. Okay, sometime between 1200 BC to 1400 BC, the Olmec, they sailed into Mexico. They landed off the Gulf region.
This is bad.
Then as the Olmecs expanded their civilization across Mexico, they went into Western Mexico and they met, in a sense, the Ocos. It was already Black people in Mexico before the Olmecs came. But then many of the Ocos and other people, they began, in a sense, to adopt some of the cultural elements of the Olmec people. That's where they got writing from. That's how they started building pyramids and stuff like that. And so then, can
I stop you right there, brother? Please don't lose your train of thought. So, what you just said, just for the people that's listening, you're saying that the Olmecs, who came into the Gulf Coast from across the sea, taught the
Ocos.
Taught the Ocos, who were the Black indigenous people that were already living there. They taught them how to read and write and language.
Yeah, and how to build pyramids and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and so over time, the Olmecs, their civilization declined, and then we see the rise of the Maya. But see, the original Maya were Black people, and see, under mostly all the temples, you see those big temples that they have in Mexico. Usually, under those temples, you'll find a temple with pictures of Black people in it.
My bad, man. I don't know what that was about, bro. My computer just restarted on me, fam. Hey, y'all jump on that like button. Hold on, let's get back to it. Yeah, my whole computer just went out on me, bro. Okay, what about now? Yeah, I see y'all say no sound. Can y'all hear me now? See y'all say no sound. Can y'all hear me now?
See the rise of the Maya. But see the original Maya were black people. And see under mostly all the temples, you see those big temples that they have in Mexico. Usually under those temples, you'll find a temple with pictures of black people in it. See, but the Mongoloids, they conquered them. And that's why after a while they stopped being able to build pyramids, because they didn't build the original pyramids. The Mongoloid people, they just copied off of us. But now I'm going to let's go to the stuff. Okay. So
y'all know Roger worked for Apple, I think. He talking about updates went out last night. Man, that's cold. I had a whole bunch of stuff.
Okay, can everybody see this? Can everybody see it?
We can see it.
Okay, this was an inscription found at Calmacalco. And Calmacalco is the house of earthenware in Nahuatl. Okay, the Mayan site bilingual book entitled on this brick is the plain plea. Mayan signs.
Just hush hush. You know, as far as I guess you could say, as far as like the mainstream is,
he goes to the Jaguar God. He is no longer alive or powerful powerful righteousness. His place of rest exists here. So you can see how on the one hand side, on the right hand side, I have the translation of the Olmec. The Olmec signs, and on the left hand side, I have the translation of the Mayan signs. As you can see, that they both are saying the same thing. But when I did this, Neil Steed, he interpreted the ones, the Mayan inscriptions, and we discovered that we both had the same. We both found the same thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And I'm so glad you're sharing this work with us. It's just powerful, and it's crazy that all of this is just hush hush. You know, as far as I guess you could say, as far as like the mainstream is concerned, you know, none of us are hearing anything about this. We have to dig, you know, to find the research.
Well, they mention they like my decipherment of the my decipherment of the proto. They like my decipherment of the Proto-Sumerian writing. From I deciphered that down in where was that in? Down in South America. Let me see.
So you're saying there was pre-Sumerian, so it's older than cuneiform, and it was found in South America?
Nah, Sumerian, you got to remember this is that it was the Anu people, the Twa people, they used cuneiform. But the Sumerians, they had in a sense, they used in a script. They used Proto-Sumerian and cuneiform, but the cuneiform was basically the writing system used by the Anu. Okay. When they lived in that area. Let me see. identical script was used. It's no different. They're always stealing stuff that we did. And but I was able to read the Proto-Sumerian writing because of the fact that I found a relationship between the Malinki Bambara language, the Tamil language, which is a Dravidian language, and the Sumerian language and the Elamite language. Okay, once I found that these writing systems were in a sense similar, then what I did is that I would look at the inscriptions, I would give the sign, the orthography, or I would give them the sound, and then I would look up the word in Tamil or Sumerian, and then I would be able to read the Proto-Sumerian writing or Indus Valley writing. But it was all based on my decipherment of the Olmec writing.
So when you're finding a link between these languages, like the Tamil language, for example, Proto-Sumerian, all of these languages, are you saying that there's a parent language?
Yeah. Well, they claim it's a parent. Okay, this is it. When you do comparative linguistic research, once you find in a sense that there's a relationship between languages, then they say that if languages are genetically related, then those languages must have come from the same mother language. So what you do is you invent. So what you do is that you compare the languages, and then you develop the proto language or the proto words. That when you compare all the words and you get the proto language, but those are just made up languages. I mean, you just make them up, but we don't really know what the mother language was. But we know in a sense that I can reconstruct Proto-Saharan. I can reconstruct the language. But the thing is this is that it's because of the fact that I find relationships. But that's comparative linguistics. See, the thing about comparative linguistics is that in most linguistic classes, if you go to university, I don't know. I haven't found a university yet that teaches comparative linguistics. So usually you had to learn comparative linguistics on your own. You look at applied linguistics. I used to teach in an applied linguistic course at St. Xavier University. And in this applied linguistics course, because I was teaching in the bilingual education program, so then I had to teach the students a basic linguistic course. But see, when you do comparative linguistics, I've written a book on comparative linguistics, and that people, in a sense, if you're interested, you can go to Amazon.com, and you can see my book where I explain how to decipher ancient languages.
What's the name of that book?
I can't remember.
You know what? We're just gonna link to your Amazon page in the description, so that we can go on
if they link to the page, and you'll see it. In it, I talk about my decipherment, of the Proto-Elamite, Proto-Sumerian, the Indus Valley writing, and the Olmec writing, and the ancient Bai writing. Yeah. I also deciphered the Meroitic writing, but that was a whole different story.
Yeah, that's powerful, brother. And going back to the book now, I wanted to ask you a few more questions if we have time.
Go ahead.
You mentioned in the book, I believe it was Tozer, claimed that the Mayan people said that a group of foreigners, which would say
the Tutu-Shi.
Yeah,
the Tutu-Shi.
Okay,
that's how I got the name Shi. That's how I found out that the actual name of the people we call Olmec was not Olmec. That just means
they
rubber.
say he don't even know. YFG say he don't even know the name of his own damn book.
Rubber.
Yeah.
The name of the people was the Shi because they called them the Tutu-Shi.
Wow. And that's who taught them how to read and write.
Yeah, that's who taught them how to read and write. And
let me remember why
they said that every year
it makes sense just when you look at simple things like the older definitions of American, like the 1828
from the Russians, kings and queens back then. I know You may have seen my video on a 1650, 16.
Hold on.
And then when I started doing my research and finding out that many of these people who I thought was white was really black, they said that they were copper colored, stuff like that.
Decipher the
statuette. He said, hey, those symbols are the same symbols. It was years. I mean, I deciphered the that they used in the end. I was on a panel with them. But with us, we can't, no, they're not the people who wrote the ancient inscription. They sailed into Mexico under mostly all bilingual book entitled Preliminary Catalog, you see, and the Mayan and Plea. So you can see how where was that down in South America? Let me see. On the Fuente, there's
already figures.
Yeah, know everything. So, but when I died, and Mandingo people trading tobacco, they were the first trappers. You know, they were selling tobacco all the way from Mexico to Canada, and so because of the fact that many of the people trading in the language were speaking Arabic or Mandingo. So when the Moors came over here, it was always somebody in every village who could speak Arabic. Because see, remember, Semitic languages always have what's called root words. Yes. In every Semitic language, you find the same root words. The only difference is that we know that Arabic and Hebrew have been influenced by white folks. And so that's why you find in Hebrew, you find in a sense where you find two consonants together. I'll give you an example. That in Arabic we would say As-salam alaikum. As-salam alaikum. That means S-A-L-A, M, salam. Whereas in Hebrew, they would say Asholom alaikum. And then shalom, we have S-H-O-L-A-M. We have that S and an H. See, in most African languages, we don't put two consonants together. That's how you know Hebrew is influenced by the Philistines. But because of the fact that we have these basic roots in all the Semitic languages, that's why the Moors could come and they could talk to every Indian all the way from they could talk to every Indian group all the way from Florida to Colorado. Wow. Because there's always somebody who knew Eric. See, you got to understand is that a lot of Aboriginal brothers, they get upset. You see, they get upset because they don't know their history. But see, we got documented evidence. We have documented evidence of the Delaware Indians talking about the fact that Moors were shipwrecked on the coast. Now, this is in their oral tradition, but then people argue down and say, hey, what no Moors over here? Get out of here. That's why you can't accept everything that white people tell you. You have to do the research yourself. And in doing the research yourself, then you can see this relationship.
Yeah. And with what you're saying now, that makes sense when I've seen like these little anomalies, like as a child, seeing the little Ripley's Believe It or Not book, and they speak about how I forgot the Indian, so-called Indian, his name was like Pequot or something like that met the Mayflower. And they had a person that could speak, with him, and he was able to communicate.
Yeah.
And so that makes sense now. Yeah.
Remember Estevanico?
Yeah.
He led a lot of the Spanish around. So that's why, because it was always a brother in every village who could either speak Hebrew or Arabic. And because they all have the same root words, that's one of the reasons that they were able, in a sense, to communicate.
Prove it. Give us the name of a guy, Indian in a nation here, who spoke Arabic and Hebrew. Just give us one. Give us one. Or you made it up.
For example, if you speak Arabic, you can just about understand if somebody's speaking Hebrew. If you speak Arabic, you can understand if somebody's speaking Syriac. Yeah. Now Persian, that's different, but any so-called Arab language, they're going to be the same. Because see, they learn that language from the Semitic people that lived in the Nile Valley.
Yeah, Gaddy, that nigga said in every village. Come on, fam. You gotta source up. You gotta give us a little more than just that. Give us an example. Give us the name of a village, name the person in that village that spoke it, brother.
Yeah. And so you spoke about Estavanico or Stephen the Moor. Now he went to the Southwest.
Yeah.
Can we speak about the Southwest? As I know you spoke about specifically like the Four Corners.
Yeah.
What was so special about that area as far as it concerns us, the Mandate people?
Well, there was a tribe in that area called Mandi. They did have a tribe called Mandi, and then remember they built the cliff dwellings, and then the cliff dwellings that they built, we find the same cliff dwellings among the Dogon, and the Dogon, they claim that they are of Mandi descent. Also, they left the elephant tablets, and it shows in a sense that there were elephants, and that when Abu Bakari came here, he brought elephants with him. You see, the elephants were killed off, just like you don't find buffalo. See, so much the white man is a killer. He's a killer. I'm not trying to be racist. They're just killers. Look at how they're killing each other over there, and there we go. So, these, in a sense, if you notice, the one on the one on the first one, I think that's in the Southwest. Those are in the Southwest, you see, and then you can find other ones in the Dogon area. Yeah. See, that's one of the Four Corners. You can see the big picture on the right-hand side. Yeah, Mesa Verde.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the similarities are obvious, from the housing. Now you spoke on the book about the inscriptions being found there.
Yeah, they found an inscription. It was two, and on these inscriptions, they had they found the elephants on them. So it's very interesting. But see, once you learn it, you can really read a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, and also I remember you mentioned in there too about the is it the Anasazi or the Hopi tribe, saying that their ancestors came from across the street. Across the sea.
Yeah,
Man, the Hopi people say that they came from the ground, bro. Hopi people ain't say they came from across the street. Bro, they say they come from the ground. And then there are also stories about an extraterrestrial connection, bro. Came from across no street. What is you talking about? Africa ain't even got streets. Are you serious, brother? Really? Really, brother? Africa ain't even got no streets.
Some of them, but see, there were Mandi people. There were Mandi people there in addition. See, remember the Navajo, the Arapaho, they always say it was already people living there when they got there.
Wow.
So usually you would find, throughout the United States, you'd find a village of Black Indians, and then you'd find a village, in a sense, of Mongoloid Indians. And then since we adopted them, we adopted their lazy poor asses, Then I say that because they always betrayed us. Yeah. See, they were hunter gatherers, but they try to teach you that these Mongoloid people were the 5 civilized tribes. Name one of the major.
Hold on, y'all. Time out. Peace and ton, y'all. Now, didn't I tell y'all we finna catch him stealing? Guess where he got it from? Watch this.
Native American restaurants.
Can y'all name? He said, name a Native American restaurant. What's up, Ohio? Man, the brother said, name a Native American restaurant. Brother Clyde, I'm not finna play with you. See, man, I take my research real serious, brother. My very first welcome to the community. When I first got my first video, welcome to the Indian community, it was on culture. Indigenous country culture is indigenous culture. In the very first video I brought out, I asked for niggas to name a motherfucking American Indian cuisine, a restaurant. When I was on Dan Calloway video, what's the difference between such and such and Native Americans or something, American Indian, Native American, some shit like that. This nigga really, hold on, watch this.
Name one of the major Native American dishes.
Clyde, I ain't finna play with your scoop ball head ass, man. You ain't coming over here running out with shit. Man, unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Bro, ain't nobody never posed that question, bro. And then you gonna come say it the same way I said it. And after I said it, I asked that question. I'm gonna have to go get it off the video. What's the difference between Native American Indians and Native Americans? I just did this drop on Dane's joint, and he seen it. And here he come.
Also, I remember you mentioned in there too about the is it the Anasazi or the Hopi tribe.
Cloud Talk, what up though?
Their ancestors came from across the street. I mean, across the sea.
Yeah, some of them, but see, there were Mandy people. There were Mandy people there in addition. See, remember the Navajo, the Arapaho, they always say it was already people living there when they got there.
Wow.
So usually you would find, throughout the United States, you'd find a village of Black Indians, and then you'd find a village in a sense of Mongoloid Indians. And then since we adopted them, we adopted their lazy poor asses, Then I say that because they always betrayed us. Yeah. See, they were hunter-gatherers. But they try to teach you that these Mongoloid people were the 5 civilized tribes. Name one of the major Native American restaurants. Name one of the major Native American dishes. See, that's the whole point. Yeah. But see, now if I ask you, name some of the foundational Black American dishes: chicken, rice, all that type of stuff.
Collard greens.
Lord have mercy, bro. You can't have nothing around here. Will someone please go do their own research? We should not be walking around here with the same answers if we're not studying together, brother. Please, brother. Stay off my grass. I finna go stand there on Friday on these niggas. I don't want you around the vicinity, nigga. Khalil, nigga, pick my shit up and walked off with it. And out here trying to teach it with some charisma. Name me a Native American dish. You see what I'm saying? The name ours: fried chicken, collard green, grits, cornbread. Man, y'all nigga, bro. I'm sick of it. This is ridiculous, bro. You've been studying since before I was alive, bro. Bro, I just been here 3 years, bro. You shouldn't be copying out my paper, bro. That ain't cool, school. That's dead to the wrong. Certain things got my fingerprint on it, bro. Like Tariq Nasheed talking about people with non-FBA hairlines, bro. When over here we was calling them Black European edge ups. And so we try to go tweak the wordage a little bit, but bro, that ain't came from nowhere but over here, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. That was our little thing, bro. Niggas steady putting shit in their pocket.
Some of the foundational Black American dishes: chicken, rice, the major Native American Black Indians. And then you'd find a village in a sense of Mongoloid Indians. And then since we adopted we adopted their lazy poor asses, Then I say that because they always betrayed us. See, they were hunter gatherers, but they try to teach you that these Mongoloid people were the 5 civilized tribes. Name one of the major Native American restaurants. Name one of the major Native American dishes. See, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
But see, now if I ask you, name some of the foundational Black American dishes: chicken, rice, all that type of stuff,
collard greens, all that stuff.
Yeah. You know, collard greens, because you remember collard greens, and then what is the bread of life? Our bread of life is a hot water cornbread.
Uh-huh. Lord have mercy. Jesus is the Christ of the Lord. Oh, have mercy on my soul. They stealing Jesus. They stealing. Oh, they stealing. Yeah, Kerry, that nigga BCU, he on there. They got a platinum pack under a different name. They stealing. All in the cabinets, all in the cupboards. All in the cupboards, man. All in the snack cabinet. And I got a motherfucking lock on there. I got a combination lock on there. They in there trying to pick the locks, and they stealing. Tifa, man, you know that don't come from nowhere but over here. That is literally that's how we get down. Culture. You know what I'm saying? And then he dibbling and dabbling and saying it, using the exact word. Come on now. Name me a famous Native American restaurant, huh? Oh, you liked it that one? Well, name me a famous dish, huh? Come on, man. School, you been doing this before I was alive. Keep teaching people that fake ass Mende language that you say. The Olmec brought her here from Africa. Stay in your lane, school. Stay in your lane, homie. This ain't for you over here. Not on my watch. I wouldn't. Ain't no Pan-Africans teaching this on my watch. Nah, man. I'm zipping them up. All of them. Ain't no Pan-Africans teaching nothing about America while I'm out here. Period. Best that ever did it got away with it. Not on my watch. And now they stealing. Caught him stealing. Got the Moore boy over there. Eyes open. He's smiling. Moore's in America. If you want the real drop, you need to interview me. He's stealing.
And we got that from our Native American, our Aboriginals. What they would do is that they would get some cornmeal, and they would get some hot water, and then they would mix it together, make a little, and then they would throw it on a hoe. That's why they call them hoe cakes. Then they fry that sucker up. I love it. Yeah. You know, and then later in a sense, when the Africans came over, in a sense, they brought collard greens from Africa.
What Jesus said, tell him get his ass out here. I need to talk to him. This nigga done stole my shit and mixed it and went over there and played Play-Doh with Africans. See what I'm saying? Come over here stealing and then try to associate it with the average. Bro, listen, we got deadbolts on this. You can't get in here. We chop your wrists out. Africans don't make hot water cornbread. They brought over the collard greens. Why? When we already have collard greens, our greens here. Why would we want anything from over there, bro? We can't even eat at the nigga house next door. We can't eat at nobody else's house, bro. See, now you stepping outside the culture. We can't eat at everybody's house, bro. Now you stepping out of culture. We not finna sit here and let no African pet over nah, bro. He ain't touching nothing. They don't even wash their hands. Brother, you are out of line.
Yeah.
And then when the Spanish, remember they had a colony down in Florida around 1526. Those brothers in a sense, when they came from Haiti, they brought with them tomatoes. So we had tomatoes, collard.
Get Jesus on the phone on line 1 now. Get Jesus out here on line one now. They say the tomato. Boy, shut up. Shut your goddamn mouth. You're going too far now. Bro, do you know how long tomatoes been in America, bro? Huh? In 1526, bro, that they didn't have a colony down there. You know why? Because they got beat up. They got beat up and they had to leave, bro. No colonies in 1526, bro. They didn't get their colony to 1565. And they lived in the chiefdom with the Indians down there. We will talk about that tomorrow. But the people came in 26, got beat up, black eyes, heads chopped off. Ain't no colony. So ain't nobody brought no tomatoes or greens, cause we would have took it. You would have got your ass jacked. 1526, but we ain't no 1526 missions. Got their ass whooped. Ain't no hustling on this block. I don't Tomato Man, the Onion Man, any other you niggas. We robbing you, drop out, get your bitch ass out the island immediately.
Collard greens. Yeah. Okay, baby. Okay. Yeah. So you know, what you can see all this ancestry. You know, it's just knowledge is power.
Yeah.
Fish and grits. Somebody really comes fish and grits, baby.
Yeah.
Fish and grits, man. Just like Topcatz is. Say, man, fish and grits, man. He don't even know where to put it. Nigga to throw him an alley, he don't even know where to. Fish and grits, man. Shut up. Shut your goddamn mouth, nigga. You stealing. You're a thief. You're an information thief.
But see, I'm weird. My wife used to always say I was weird. And
your wife right. You are weird. You're weird for out here stealing information, bro, and mixing it with your African history. Cause you were just saying ain't no Aboriginals in America, bro. The people in America, the Aboriginals in America are African. You were just saying that, bro, not even 9 months ago. 9 months ago, you were saying that niggas out here lied about the Aboriginals to America. And now you out here mixing the dope. Too much baking soda, and the dope gonna crumble up in the plastic. Too much baking soda on the dope, bro.
Baby doll, when she ate grits, she wanted to have gravy and salt. But when I eat grits, I want sugar and I want butter. I want sugar and butter and everything. That's why I'm too overweight. But you know, most people when they eat grits, they like them to be kind of, you know, a little bit more salty-ish and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know.
But no, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Because it was the 5 civilized tribes that grew the 3 sisters. Corn, you know.
Peace asking for a debate. I debate him. History of Aboriginals and Mayans. I debate him on that topic. I smoke him. I'm grading this paper as he talk. I will press him on the men day and all of this here. He can bring all of that. I'll fight Clyde Winters. We can get in there. I respect him as an elder. Cause see, you gotta understand at this point, bro, I really can't debate a lot of these people out here. There's not many people I can debate now. I really gotta fight these dudes now who talking about they the master teachers. Anybody else, I mean, why would I be talking to you? You feel me? But these guys who are here and they're saying they're master teachers, then I'll line it up with those guys, these professors and all of that. These niggas can't fuck with me by a long shot. You see, they stealing my information. Man, I don't like it because we don't get shout outs over here. Ain't nobody over here hoping for us to win and all these type of things. So don't use our information. You know, we stand down till we come up. We putting in the work. So when our time do come, we have a reason. You know what I mean? And but I definitely will fight him though, P. If y'all know him and y'all can line it up, tell him Topcatz said, "Fuck you, nigga, get in the ring. I'm gonna knock your ass out."
Beans and squash. I know my father, he was from Mississippi, and when I was a kid, he would always rent land out in the suburbs near Chicago. And every summer we would have to grow a garden. So in the spring we had to go out there and bring plant squash, corn, beans. But he also wanted to plant some okra and tomatoes. And so we would do that. And then after we harvested, my mother, she would always make dumplings with tomatoes and stuff. But again, back then we were a little bit more in tune with our culture.
Yeah. And just with what you said, I don't think I heard correctly. So when you were saying like the other items that came from Africa, like tomatoes, maybe like
tomatoes came from Haiti. Tomatoes came from Haiti.
Okay. So would you say that like tomatoes and sweet potatoes and collard greens, did things like this come through the slave trade, or did it come from Africans coming over here trading, before
the collard greens and all that, they came during the slave trade. Collard greens, okra, that came during the slave trade. The tomatoes, that came when the Spanish took some slaves from some Carib slaves from Haiti. They introduced tomatoes.
Okay.
Brother Winters, do you know that the Mayans, also the Aztec, used tomatoes, brother? Brother Winters, you need to take my class. I know you've been teaching since before I was alive, but brother, you need to take my class. A lot of people need to take it because they still sleep on me. Oh, he just another nigga out here teaching his average ass information. Brother, we listen. The tomato, the Aztec and the Mayans use the tomato, bro. So why would you say that? If you make rice is made with tomato. They call it Spanish rice or Mexican rice. They didn't come with these people, bro. This is something that they adopted. They took the tomato to Italy, into Europe. The tomato was used down here already, brother. What is wrong with you? He also said that the people in Africa came from the rice village and they came in the slave trade, and they were the ones who brought the rice over here.
Okay.
But corn, beans, and squash was already being grown. Remember, that's one of the reasons why they wanted so many black slaves over here, so they could grow rice. See, the black people, the Indians, they used to like black Indians because they could grow tobacco. They knew how to grow tobacco, and they could grow. They knew how to grow cotton too, but mainly they liked it for tobacco, sugar cane, stuff like that. But then
what about the indigo in the rice in South Carolina, bro? He probably don't even know what the indigo is and the significance of the indigo. But they grew the indigo, the rice down there. Over 5 different forms of rice grew in the marshes of Charleston. I mean, of South Carolina, bro. Because it only grew in marsh weather, bro. And so in the Sea Islands, it was an abundance of it, over 5 different types, long before transatlantic slave trade, bro. Oh, y'all come on now, man.
See, because they didn't bring people from Africa over here dummies. They brought specific people with specific skills.
Man, we don't.
That's why you find around the Gull Islands and all that. That's where they used to have a lot of people growing rice and stuff like that. So a lot of them came from the rice coast. Wow. Yeah, but see, the thing is, this is that the European he didn't bring everybody in America was not a slave. See, because he only brought about 200,000 to 1 million Africans over here as slaves, but it was already black people in America. And so what he would do is that, see, the white man, he was always slick. He would always call the Mongoloid people Indians, but he would always call in the sense.
What's up, Indian Peach? Arkansas in the building.
You'd always call
thick.
The black Indians freemen.
Brother, they didn't call black Indians freemen until 1866, and that only denoted the Indians that were in Oklahoma or quote unquote Indian territory, brother. And that was coming after the Freedmen's Bureau of 65, family. They didn't always call no black Indians no freedmen. That wasn't the case for everyone. Brother Winters, you're doing a very, very poor job here today, and I expected more of you, brother.
And he would call them colored people. Yeah. So that's why we find,
brother, they had a colored system. Listen, the colonies, 13 colonies, did not have a colored system. The colored systems was for those down in the Mississippi, Louisiana area. Okay? Colored was down, you had Negro system in the colonies, and past the Mississippi, you had what was called colored, and that was centered around Mississippi and also Louisiana with this quote unquote Creole. Okay, that Creole down in Louisiana, Mississippi. What the hell is this guy talking about?
First, he called them colored people, and he called them freemen because, he called them freemen because whenever they needed some slaves, they would go and attacking an Aboriginal village, and then take those black people and put them on a plantation. Yeah, So it's the European he had his way, but he couldn't. He only took over America like he took over Africa because we were selling each other.
Yeah.
See. He'd go and he'd say, "Hey, Cree, hey brother, the Yamasi, they talked about your mama. They talked about my mama. What? Cree, we'll go over there with you and we'll help you fight them. Then whoever survived, can we have them as slaves? Yes, you could have them. They talked about my mama."
So we really big and grown as you are, you gonna sit up here and make up shit, right? When have this ever been cool to sit here and make up shit? This is crazy. When was it ever cool? When was it ever cool to sit here and make up things, bro? If we don't know, it's okay to say we don't know. Ain't nobody when it told the Yamasi that somebody was talking about their mama. People don't even know who the Yamasi are, bro. It was a confederation, but a confederation of who? I said again, bro, the Yamasi had connections all the way over into the islands, all right? All the way even in Haiti, bro. The Yamasi even had connections all the way down into Haiti. We got to stop it. The Yamasi were a part of the Arawakan Confederacy that was over here. Florida to South Carolina. Come on, man. We got to do better. Don't worry about it. I'm going to come prove it without a shadow of a doubt. The information is there. The lost in translation of names and different things like this here, they disconnected it. But if somebody been researching, then that's what we come here to do. We come to put the research together and paint the picture, man, that they tried to erase. But don't worry about it. We got it. Clyde, finish line, nigga.
Then they go down and get to eat the Yuchi. Hey, Yuchi, those Cree, they talked about your mama. They said she a hoe. And then
the European always weaknesses against each other. Yeah.
Yeah, because he was always in the
you better stay out of Topcatz. Yeah, they say your mama's a hoe. Boy, you better stay out of Topcatz channel, boy. You gonna get in trouble. I can do this. I can talk my shit like this, nigga. You elder, brother. You can't be out here doing it, bro. I got him feeling like he young again. He want to hang out. But I don't fuck white women, though. So I don't know what we going to have in common. Oh, yeah. Clyde. Boy, you can't. Boy, you going to get in trouble, boy. That shit ain't cool, nigga. I just make it look. Please do not follow in my footsteps. I know I'm your favorite teacher, nigga, but don't follow in my footsteps, nigga. That ain't the way to go, brother. I'm gonna be the first to tell you. I get away with it, nigga, because I ain't never came out here and told these niggas I was the second coming of Christ. Nah, nigga, I ain't never told them niggas, nigga, that I had a one-on-one relationship with the guards up above. Nah, nigga, I ain't told them that. I came out here and lit my blunt. And I can get away with all that type of shit, nigga. You gonna get in trouble. You better be careful, nigga. You teaching at schools. You out here hanging with these white folk, nigga. You better watch it, buddy. Ha, ha, ha. That shit ain't funny when you see it, nigga.
Since, he was always divide and rule. That's how he took over America, divide and rule. See? But see, he couldn't kill all of us off, but he just said that, that we were all, from Africa. So we wouldn't be wanting to make any claims for our land that they stole from us. See, just about all of Mississippi, all of Georgia, all of Virginia, that's our land.
Yeah.
That's our land, man.
Yep. And then even in places we wouldn't even think about, like you were speaking about the Southwest.
The Midwest too, Illinois. Yeah. Illinois. See, a lot of brothers in Illinois, after the French and Indian War, a lot of the black tribes in the Midwest, they went to the far west, and then they joined the Arapaho, Navajo, and some Apache, and they joined some of them out. That's why you find those were the only black people that you found that was living in teepees was out west.
And bro, they didn't leave after the French and Indian War. They stayed and fought. Have you ever heard of the Battle of Tall Timbers? After the French and Indian War, bro, a whole nother war broke out called the Pontiac Rebellion, nigga. Feel me? The Pontiac Rebellion broke out. Then after the Pontiac Rebellion, really doing the what they call the Revolutionary War, bro, you had the Battle of Tall Timbers, bro. Them people didn't leave immediately, bro. When the British and them came through there talking about these trade ports now belong to them, or somebody shot a bow and arrow at them, bro, and told them to get from around here. So nah, bro, you got to know about the treaty. I mean, the Battle of Tall Timbers. Nobody left west and lived in no. Come on, man, what are you getting this shit, bro? We have real American historians here today now. We do not need you Pan-Africans from the 80s and 90s to come here. We're okay, buddy. We're in good hands. Trust and believe, nigga. The BCU is here.
Because most of the other black people, we always build houses, towns, and all that type of stuff. Villages. Yeah. See, that's why we're different from any other people on the planet. See, we're unique people. We're unique people. Because, see, you've been taught to fight all your damn life. Your mama taught you to fight. If you went to school and you didn't fight back, your mom whooped your ass.
Hey, that's a fact, Arawak. And you also had Campbell, who was the governor over in Jamaica, and also the governor in Georgia at the same time. At the same time, he was the governor in Georgia. Hold on, let me get his first name. He was a Campbell. Archibald Campbell, or they call him Governor Campbell. Archibald Campbell. He was the governor of Jamaica and Georgia. Archibald Campbell. All right, let's walk.
And your mama had your big brother or big sister. Take him back up to that school and you better fight. And that's why we fight today. Give me a tomahawk, baby. That's it, man. See, that's why we're fighters. You don't find any other people who fight the white man, but we fight the white man. We might not always fight the white man with a sword or with a tomahawk, but we fight him intellectually. We fight him in a sense. We fight against white supremacy. See, we're the only people on the planet that have ever threatened them in terms of their intellectual hegemony. You see, we're the ones that, hey, that's why they didn't want us to learn how to read.
Yeah.
Because they knew because they can't compete with you. How can they compete with you? See, they can't compete with you. Anything that's fair, we take over. Football, basketball, golf, tennis. See?
Yep.
Even if they let you go to university and they teach you right, they can't compete with you. So that means, in a sense, they always have to have white supremacy so that they can have a privileged status so they don't have to compete with you because they can't compete with you. See, how can they compete with you when you have a genetic memory that goes back 100,000 years? Right now, you can in a sense access the Akashic records right now. See, you can access that stuff. You see, you wearing that. You wearing, in a sense, you're wearing your red hat. Why did the Yamasis? Why did they have on red bandanas? Why did the Carib have on red bandanas?
Yeah,
it's something about that. It's that power. It's that power, you see. But see, at the same time, you see, when you don't know your history, people can tell you anything.
Wait, what power? Because right now, brother, we feel like you telling us anything. Can you go into detail and edify on any of these things that you're talking about, brother? We're trying to find ourselves in the story that you're telling. Okay, we're not just gonna pass it off and say people don't know their history, because brother, you're talking. So what happens when you're talking to people who do know their history? Okay, because right now you're talking to people who know their history. So can you edify, brother, on some of these things that you're saying?
Oh yeah.
See,
yeah,
and that's what made me the dangerous brother on the planet Earth. It's because I could explain that it was Moors here. Moors wasn't lying. I could explain.
No, she said talk to James Smiles. James Smiles, James Smiles has been teaching Africa to our people. James Smiles says he was born on the Indian burial site and he cleaned the mounds every summer. And he just now coming out telling us about this. So if I talk to James Smiles, I want to know why. Why didn't he stand on side of the Indians? And why is he pushing this African cause to us? For only when he now an elder, he comes back and Africa isn't relevant here. He wants to try and slide into the American conversation. That's what I would like to know from Brother Smiles.
Claim they were Black Indians because I can do the research and I've done the research. And see, that's what scares the European because he has no history. And because he has no history, he has to implant himself in history. And the way he implants himself in history is to say that our history is his history.
Yeah, I see that definitely. There's a question from the chat. I'll get to that in a second, brother. When we just seeing some of the shows that are on TV now, like kind of like the program is being pushed. I'm seeing a lot of so-called Native American shows, and they have more of the mongoloid types being pushed out there. Stuff that we didn't even see maybe 10 years ago. It's like there's like a resurgence of those that phenotype of Native Americans. So once again, it's like they're trying to push that narrative,
Yeah, but if you
it's
remember,
like
even in the 1940s and 50s, they had Italians playing the Indians. Get out of here. See?
Yeah.
Or the Chicanos, the Chicanos is an invented race. It's a race in the sense that the Spanish, when they raped sisters and raped Mongoloid Indians, and their children became the Chicanos. And now they're trying to say that they was the first ones in America. No, you weren't the first ones in America. You have no history. Or they'll say
Smoke. I ain't know that when Smoke say Phil Valentine too. Man, y'all send me a clip on Phil Valentine talking that Indian shit. I want to see that one. What's up with the question?
They're the Olmecs. Those white noses are just baby faces. No. See, everybody had to steal from us.
Yeah. Yeah. So you blew that out of the water with the language, That's something that I think we all need to know and understand, just because it's irrefutable, just to make that connection. Now there was a question from the chat asking if you could speak about Walter Plecker and what he did with his.
Okay, with Walter Plecker. Remember, we talked about the Dow's Commission, and the Dow's Commission. What the Dow's Commission did is that the Dow's Commission, they went out and they went around the country and they started trying to categorize the Native American, the so-called Americans.
Oh man, blessed be thy name. Brother say the Dow's Commission went around the country. Henry L. Dawes, okay, is who the Dawes Commission is named after. Have a Quaker background. And they came down into Indian territory. They did not go around America, brother. Man, can somebody come get their uncle?
Which were the Native Americans. So the way that they characterize the people is that if you was a white man, you could pay $5 and you could say you was an Indian. And if you was a Mongoloid person, they'd say, okay, you're an Indian. But if you were a black person, they wouldn't label you as an Indian. They would label you as a free man. See, and then what Plecker did, he was in Virginia. What Plecker did, he just started changing all the records. You know, a lot of people had birth certificates and all that said that they were Indian. You know, and what Plecker did, he just changed all of the statistics, the vital statistics. He changed all the epigraphics, and just anybody who was labeled an Indian, he just changed it and put Negro. Yeah.
That's all you got?
Oh,
well, see,
is that all
they've been
you
using
got?
color. They've been using colored ever since. You know, a lot of people, they talk about the African. They were using colored. The original colored people were not African people. The original colored people were the Aboriginal people. They called African people Negroes.
Bro, you need to go get my book. Real Spill Jack.
See, don't get it twisted. That's why, in a sense, when you study history, you find in a sense that, yeah, they would say the people are copper colored, but then when you would read throughout the text and they would say they were copper colored, they were really black and all that type of stuff. See, whereas they didn't identify, they didn't want to put the Aboriginals. They didn't want to, in a sense, always put them with black people, but they found it easier to put the Aboriginal blacks with the African blacks, because the vast majority of the so-called Aboriginal blacks were black, so they call them colored. That's why if you study statistics, you'll see they kept having all these colored people up in Maine and all that, Connecticut. You say, where all these colored people come from? That's because they were labeling, once they would take the land from the black Indians, they would call them colored people. See.
No, we do not see. We need to see a source. That's what we need to see. We don't need to see the words coming out your mouth. You see. No, we don't see. We need to see a source. Okay. This is ridiculous. Kahi voice. They did not call those people of their color. Those people were free Negroes, sir. If you're talking about the colonies, you're talking about a free Negro system. You're too old not to know that. You're too old. Free Negro. Not until you come to the South. Okay? That's why the 1924 Racial Integrity Act was down South. That's why you see those poster boards that say colored fountains and the segregation. All of that only happened down South, brother. What are you talking about? You got to get it together, brother. You got to come to class.
Then later, in a sense, then after the Civil War, they called the black Indians freemen. You know.
Yeah. No, we don't know.
See, because when they took most of the black Indians, they didn't go to the Indian Territory. In 1831, when Jackson made the Trail of Tears, most of the black Indians didn't go. Those black Indians who did go, they later said that the black Indians who did go on the Trail of Tears, Instead of them identifying them as Aboriginals, they just said they were slaves. They laid them wrong. You know, everybody is slave. Even today, everybody is slave. You see, ain't nothing wrong. I'm proud of being a former slave. We're the only slaves in the history of the world. The only slaves in the history of the world. I'm living in this house. What?
Yeah.
Look at your beautiful library.
Yeah.
You got two cases of books.
Yeah.
You ain't supposed to have that. You're supposed to be living on welfare. It's like now.
Clyde, you too old. You in your 70s, bro. Clyde, in your time, bro, all black households had a library. All black households had encyclopedias. All households came with dictionaries. What are you talking about, brother? One of the first games we played in the house, bro, we would go get the encyclopedias, and we would go flip to the back where the maps are. And they'll call out a name or state, state, city, town, whatever, country. And then everyone had to race to find that country. These are the type of games we played in the house because we had a library in there. So I don't know what you talking about, brother. And that was in the 90s.
Now most people think that black people are still on welfare. No, we got our mamas. Well, my mother never was. We got our mamas and grandmamas off of welfare.
Yeah,
we got jobs. The majority of people on welfare is still the majority of people on welfare that are white. Yeah. But see, in their mind, so you think about this. Think about this, man. Everything they did to us, everything they did to hold us back, all praise on the God, we still beat him. We still beat him.
So what you were saying, like when the
Madon says Clyde is on point with his information. So Madon, if I drop the link down there, can you come up and help us identify where he's actually correct on his information? Let me know in the chat, and I'll drop the link down there.
The things that they'll say about us being on welfare, these are like lullabies they tell themselves.
Right.
They don't have to deal with the reality that their population is going down. You know,
well, it's always been down.
So yeah,
it's always been going down. But see, the thing is that back in the day, we didn't have education, we didn't have this, and we didn't have that. Just like now, they're trying so that we can support these immigrants.
Nah, Roger Sims, I'm saying that it been going on. I'm saying it lasted all the way up at least to the 90s. That's when it kind of started, fading out or whatever. But that was something that was cultural. Man, that was cultural. I see a lot of people down there saying they family told them, mama go tell them, look it up, because we had questions. We ain't have internet, Google, and all that. Look it up in the real way.
Immigrants. They're trying to say that black people are immigrants because my mom and daddy moved from Mississippi up to Chicago. Damn, so what? This is our country. This is our country. I can move any damn where I want. I don't have to take no test to prove I'm an American.
All right, Alpha Empress. You enjoy the rest of your day, and make sure you're there for the lecture tomorrow. And most importantly, have your ass out there in Mexico in May. It's going up. And Alpha Empress, that little 5-hour flight from Chicago, you better go on and get it together. We're going to see you in Mexico in May.
American. I was born here. I can, right now, right now, all we got to do, Mama said we came from Mississippi. All we got to do is look on the damn census forms from before 1860. And when you find the winners, when you find the last, there go my ancestor. They're my great granddaddy. And then, so what if Mr. Vienters brought my great granddaddy from in Mississippi, but they came from North Carolina. Then I can find some other winners in North Carolina, my cousins. See, you can trace your ancestry.
Yes.
You can trace your ancestry. I can trace my ancestry. But if you ask a brother from Africa, when was you born? New Year's. When were you born? July 4th, the 4th of July.
Yeah.
They don't know because they don't have the records.
Yeah.
So how are you, brother? Within saying that, how are you making this African connection? Because remember, the African brought you collard greens, let you tell it. They brought okra for your gumbo, let you tell it. So, brother, you are going in and out. Okay, you're going in and out, bro. One hand, you're Aboriginal. On the other hand, you're a descendant of an African slave. What is going on, brother? We are confused. Very much so, brother. Roger says, is registration not yet? You know what it is? It is. We actually have a let me see. We actually have a little code where you can just put your phone up to it and a little barcode. So we have a little barcode. You can just scan the barcode and it'll bring up all of the information for you. So we'll be dropping it tomorrow though. We'll be dropping it tomorrow. So yeah, turn up.
Yeah. So we've been here this whole time, and I think that's just another push too. You know, with bringing.
Kevin say check them names out. I'm familiar with that colony that you're talking about right there. I actually taught about that in Bloodlines of the God Full. So I'm familiar with that family that you dropped down there. I taught about them in Bloodlines of the God Full. Those people were actually in Portugal. So look them up in Portugal as well. And that empire be destroyed from an empire that migrated here from out of the Arkansas region. I'll just say that without giving up too much. Cause y'all gotta go watch Bloodlines of the God Full, bro. Stop sleeping on the kid.
And all the foreigners in here and trying to marginalize us. I just think that's another game, to try to slow us down.
So you gotta understand. How many black people do you think it is in America? How many foundational black Americans do you think it is?
I never heard of the numbers they tell us black Americans.
No, it's not. It's about 100 million of us.
Yeah.
100 million of us. You could take all the black people on the south side of Chicago. I didn't say the west side. I said you could take all the black people on the south side of Chicago, and they would fill up Utah, Wyoming, North Dakota, and South Dakota. See, we are 100 million.
Yeah.
But they want to always tell you you're a minority, so you'll think like a minority. Yeah. You see, you'll think. See, that's why they be always trying to keep people from voting. Just like down south, they could make a governor. They could vote a governor in any time they wanted to, because there's more of us than white people. But the point is that a lot of us don't want to vote because we don't get nothing out of our vote. Yeah. Unless we get some chicken wings at the fish fry.
Yeah. Yep. But man, this has been powerful, brother. I would like
Moors in America. If you want some real information, you need to come get an interview with us. Hold up, I'm gonna drop the link down there if somebody want to come up and build. We got 190 people in the building. Jump on that like button if you haven't hit that like button yet. Let's get up to 250. Let's get the likes up to 250 in the chat. Link in the chat, man, if y'all want to come up and build. Yeah, Feather, that nigga, they're talking so crazy, man. But I get it. You know what I'm saying? When it come down to this American history, I love it because it's the hardest subject out there. Because it forces you to do your own research. A lot of people have settled and they are actually going off. I don't want no research from nothing that was already here, bro. We are the source. So, man, we get a shot, bro. This our era. We get a shot to bring something to the game that has not been here already. We can't build off of what this little shit they got out there, because all this here, you in the mix with somebody and all this type of no. We don't want to guess or generalize. We only want the right answer. Period, bro. What's so hard about that? What's so hard about giving these people the right answer? And they go for all other people holding the microphone. The information is so much information out there. And what trips me out that, when people come out here and put the same information out last year, this year is the same information you was kicking last year. Like, the information has to be upgraded, bro. It's so much, especially if we out here saying that we are the descendants of these people who were the greatest in the world, bro. I mean, those are big shoes to step in. So I'm not listening to no white anthropologists. I'm not listening to these researchers or studiers or people who are said to we're not listening to them. We are the source. All right. And if you really come from the people here, then tap back in. That's why we go to the places where they went. That's why you know what I mean? We meet up, we tap in. We are these people, bro. We not sitting around. We're not sitting around no more, bro. We can go to these places. I got 2 trips coming up, bro. I'm about to go to Mexico City. On the way to Mexico City, bro. That's big. Pyramid of the Sun, Pyramid of the Moon. I'm scouting because one day in 2025, we're going to the Pyramid of the Sun and the Pyramid of the Moon, bro. We are not waiting. We're not waiting. 5 years not passing us up. We gonna get this and get this shit down and get it understood. We got Roger in the building. What up, though?
What's going on, fam? How y'all doing today, man? It's Jaguars, man. Hey, I hate I missed that trip, man, but I'll be there in May. Me and the little Brave will be there in May.
Hey, turn the radio down.
Yeah, I got you. I'm in the car right now, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can still hear the radio.
All right, how about now?
Okay.
Sorry about that. He in the back right now. We on our way back to the East Coast. So, yeah, but Carolina? Man, yeah, man, headed there for about 2 weeks.
DC? How far are you from DC?
DC from Carolina?
Yeah.
It's about a 6-7 hour drive.
Oh, okay, that's all right. Yeah, we might be in DC, man. We might finish up in DC next year. Well, yeah, I'm thinking.
Okay, yeah, I heard you say something about it earlier.
Right,
so
right.
Yeah, man. Yeah, if I can get up there, man, I'm gonna come check it out.
For sure.
Yeah, man. Hey, look, man. Number one, it's hard to trust a nigga named Clyde. To be honest with you. Number 2, what he was talking about with Walter Pluckett, that's all you got on him. As much as that dude did, and that's all you had. Like, come on, man. You 20 years older than me. You supposed to know more than that. I just did a bill on Walter Pluckett last year for work. I do one every year. During the American Indian Heritage Month. So I do a build every year, and I bring out where we fit in the story, or where my family fit in the story on this. So I did one on misclassification and how they depicted us on the census, and that part that Walter Pluckett played in that too. And man, that's all he had on that. Like, come on, bro. Come on, man. You can't be doing that, man. Then he's on top of that, he's stealing your information too and wording it exactly the way that you worded it.
That was cold right there. That was cold. I feel disrespected, man.
Come on.
These niggas crazy, man.
Yeah, you should. Look, man, he pissed me off with that. I'm like, yo, he said it the same exact way you said it. I remember that bill. I remember when you first brought it up, when you first said something about it, and I'm like, yo, he's still in the same. Man, come on, man. You can't do that, man. You too old for that, bro.
What's up with this, Wood? You on mute if you talking.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Shout out to the Prince, Lil Roger, getting it back. Yeah, we can hear you, Swood.
Yeah, I found out about this Mayan site, this ancient site up in North Georgia. So I'm actually heading up there now. My service might be bad, but I was trying to see how long you was gonna be on because I got about 30 more miles before I get there. I'm up in these back roads.
Okay. What time it is? So you ought to be there by 2. You ought to be there by 2 p.m. Can you hear me? Yeah, your mic, your service going out. Yeah, your service going out. So he on the way up there to North Georgia. It was real prevalent, man. A lot of people today like to claim it as Cherokee, right on. But truth is, the Cherokee didn't start coming that way until 1790s. To the 1790s. And so today they're associated with Cherokee. Now this because this is the place Cherokee gonna land. You had John Ross battle against the U.S. government, claiming ownership of that land, and they'll be removed because in 1829 you'll have a gold rush in that area that he headed up to right now. It'll be a gold rush that'll take place there, and that was guaranteed. Move around. I'm finna get a bag. But Don Kemet.
Yo, what up? What up, Topcatz? What's poppin'?
Oh man, slow motion, man. So you here to defend Clyde Winters, huh? Where you want to start?
Well, I'm here to actually agree with some of his talking points from what I saw from the video you was playing. But we can start there.
Okay, give me an example.
Okay, when he was talking about the native tribes up in Maine and all these black people, and once the colonizers or Europeans or conquistadors or whoever came over and conquered it, they just labeled them as colored people. To me, he's pretty much proven that the Aboriginals were black people. They may have looked like Africans, but they wasn't Africans. They was just indigenous Negroes to this land, which I can agree with from all the studies I've looked at. Even up in Pittsburgh, I lived on a street called Tuscarora, and we know that the Tuscaroras was a Negro tribe as well. So I think when Dr. Clyde talks about these things like this, he's only putting it in a perspective to where he can only go by the research that he studied. So he had to label it a certain way.
Shit was wrong what he was saying, bro. So he was
saying. All right, what
that,
did you see was wrong?
Okay, we'll start with he said that Africans brought over collard greens and okra. What else did he say? And he said that they Africans mixed with the Indians. African slaves mixed with the Indians. Where? When? Who? I mean, he said a lot of things that was bad information. He said the Mende were the Olmec people. I mean, he made a lot of bold claims, and so we can start there.
Okay, cool. I think the Africans did mix. When you look at it, especially like
you breaking up. You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix.
I'm breaking up. I'm still in the matrix.
Okay, nah, you good. You good.
All right, cool. Like when we look on the East Coast, right, we can clearly see. I'm gonna take Old Dirty Bastard.
What part of the East Coast?
Like Manhattan, parts of Manhattan, okay. New York, the Carolinas, right. Certain parts of those. When we look at ODB, when we look at Old Dirty Bastard, we can see that on his grandfather's side, they was Negroes. Damn, the name slipped my mind. The name of the tribe that he claimed that he was from. But they mixed with Africans. And
let me ask you something. Are you a part of that tribe? Do you have any ancestry part of that tribe?
ODB? Nah.
Correct. Okay, well that won't help, bro. Because you gonna have to identify the African. What's the African name that came into the tribe? Like what year? So let me ask you this here: what tribe are you? Do you have blood relation to?
I'm part of the Creek Nation.
Okay, which nation? Because the Creek Nation is a confederacy. So which exact nation would you be a part of?
Well, from what my mom them told me, who was Blackfoot, Creek, and part Muskogean, from what they tell me.
Okay, well the Muskogee and the Creek are confederacies, so there is not one nation. So it's a group, it's a collective of nations coming together to form those. And so,
Well,
like my
you know the
nation,
Muskogeans.
society, like my nation is they joined the Muskogees in 1540. They joined that confederacy. The Creeks they um joined the Creeks in the late 1800s. And so they all had their own nation, but they came together in a confederacy with other nations around them. So that's why I asked. But anyway, let me ask you this here: in your association with the Creeks, what African came into the Creeks?
I'm not 100% sure when it comes to the Creeks because from my studies, the Creek Nation went from Alabama, Mississippi, all the way to Florida. When you study things like the Treaty of New York, and when you study the civilization program, during the
What
civilization
about it?
program,
What about the Treaty
uh,
of New York? It was signed by Alexander McGivery, who is a Coshada Indian. Yeah. What
right,
about him?
when you study Treaty of New York, you'll see that the Creek Nation went from, like I was saying, went from Alabama, covered Florida, Georgia, and all these areas. They pretty much own that land, that nation. When you look at the Treaty of New
Okay.
York,
Okay.
and like you're right, different nations did amalgamate and become part of that Creek Nation to make it an even bigger nation. So yeah, you're correct on that. But far as where Africans
Yeah, the
intermingle,
African. Right.
I give you that. I can't show you exactly where Africans start intermingling, but I can see where the African presence came later. You know what I mean?
What's later? What year? What's up with it, Ebenezer? Hey, y'all jump on the like button out there. Give us a year. What's later?
I would say during like the late 1700s, early 1800s.
The late 1700s. What area?
Pretty much like the outskirts, because like when you deal with like
Outskirts of what though?
the
Outskirts of
flotilla, when
what
we
though?
deal with like Mobile, when that last slave ship came to Mobile, those 110 Africans, they started that little African town in
Yeah, but that's
Mobile and
fake
all these
news
places.
though. That's
No,
fake news.
it was actually 100 and something slaves on there. That's, to me, that was
Really?
the capacity. Say what now?
Okay, so who created that story, or what made you believe that story is true? Do you know the history of that? There was no such thing as a Coachella, you know. They
Well,
made it
only
up.
on well through their so-called records, right? They have a
Who
record
is
of
they? Who is they?
the so-called Europeans and the people of in early history of Mobile. They have a record of a slave ship landing there with almost like I think 110 slaves was on it. I mean, it's their record. Like you said, I give you that. It could be fabricated, but
Well, let's
it's
deal
on
with it.
record.
Nah, it's cool. Let's deal with it. So right here, can you see my screen?
Yeah,
Okay. Have you ever heard of Emma Langdon Roche?
yeah, I heard
Have
of her name, but yeah, I heard of her.
Okay. So she wrote a book called Historical Sketches of the South in 1914. She was the first time you'll ever hear about somebody named Cujo Lewis. All right. And also a slave ship called Clotilda. She's the originator of it. All right. Now, her story was plagiarized. Her story was plagiarized by a lady named Zora Neale Hurston. Okay. Roche's book took part in the collection of Mobile Historical Society. So this is where you're saying you found the records. They have a record of slave ship because they took Mobile Historical Society took her book and put it in their collections. All right. So this is where they're going to get the information. Now you have writers such as who wrote about Africa Town and the Clotilda. You have Zora Neale Hurston, right? Zora Neale Hurston wrote a book called what was her book called? It'll come to me, but it never came out. It came out 80 years later. All right, the Barracoon came out 80 years later because it was plagiarized. And you know who helped bring it out? Obama. And Michelle Obama and President Obama. Now, when we go to the book, right? This is the book, Historical Sketches of the South. Now, right here in the book, it says, this is the tradition which is given in connection with the Clotilda's voyage. It may have been true, or it may have been invented, meaning this narrative, to give color and palliation to what proved to be the last cargo of slaves brought in the United States. So, brother Madon, please do a little more deeper research, brother, because the Clotilda comes from a fiction book by a white woman named Emma Lane and Rose, brother. There's no such thing as an Africa Town. We can go deeper, right? Because they said here goes Zora Neale Hurston now. And now, why did she plagiarize? Perhaps the Clotilda, supposedly the last slave ship, perhaps one can imagine why she plagiarized. The first encounter was a failure because when Franz Boas sent her out there, she couldn't find this guy, this supposed African nigga. She couldn't find him. So it yielded a little more salvation and repudiation. Who can blame her? She was young. They faked it, bro. The Department of Anthropology of Columbia sent her on her way to the South and instructed her to stop by this man's house, who was said to be the last surviving African brought to the United States as a slave. You see what I'm saying? Shit was fake. Right here, we can go through it. Or you can read it in my book that I just dropped. Yeah, they made it up. All right. What else you got for us, Madon?
Oh, no doubt. Well, I can give you that. If it's plagiarized, it's plagiarized. You know what I mean? But
a fiction book.
Yeah, I mean, if it's fiction, it's fiction, bro. I'm not gonna
no problem.
Yeah, that's cool. You know what I mean? That's why I say they that's why I said they say, you know what I mean? But when it comes to Clyde Winters, I just think the brother's well studied. He's making the correlations and showing pretty much just proving the point that the Americas was packed with dark skinned people who we would call Negroes, or who they we know as Indians, but they painted as Negroes. And you know what I mean?
Well, that's not the argument from him. I think my argument with him is he's mixing American history and trying to tie the African into the storyline. Why I do not understand when Africans have information and they can stand on their own.
Well, what I think what he's doing, this is what I get out of his work from what I've seen different brothers bring out, or what he's brought out, is that he's showing that that the Africans, the Native Africans of Africa, and the Native people of the Americas were in contact with each other. To me, he's just showing how, despite what the Europeans say, that these people didn't have no civilization, they didn't know nothing about boats, they didn't know how to travel. He proving them wrong, showing that, like I said, we and the Africans have been interchanging information interchanging products, goods, herbs, spices, long before the European knew that America was here.
How can you prove that?
Just like he was showing, that's how he was talking about the Dogon, the cliff houses, the synchronicity between the two, the different presidents.
I don't think he did a good job in it. All he did was show the picture and left it up to people's imagination. I mean, that's not enough information. Yeah, that wasn't enough information. I mean, I think he could have brought something better.
Yeah, I think he's kind of doing it on the fly as well. But even with the contact between, when we look at South America and when different historians talks about how different tribes was talk about how people from across the water was bringing them different spears, and they was trading tobacco as well.
With who? With what African nations? Because we know African nations didn't have the ability to sell. So that means if somebody was selling them something, they brought it to them. Yeah, they ordered a pack. They didn't have no means of transportation. That's why every time we see African, they're walking. All right. So that if they go from the North Africans, they say they walk into West Africa, Akan tribes and things of this nature. So yeah, we never see the Africans as seafaring people. They didn't have that knowledge.
So you don't think certain African tribes had boats that could travel the ocean?
Name them.
The Philistines.
And where do we see a Philistine colony in the world other than in Africa?
Well, we see different historians have shown where they found, like, especially when it comes to the writings, different pictographs or petroglyphs, showing different people coming from across the water on different boats.
What do we see the people with? I mean, the historians, obviously they're wrong. What are people? So I give you an example. When we look around the world and we see Roman provinces or Roman colonies around the world, we don't have to guess. We don't have to, have these people looking at pictographs or anything. We know that it's a Roman presence there because we can see their culture. Where do we find these African nations that are supposedly seafarers? Where do we find their culture? We know that the people in the Americas were seafaring people, and we can identify their culture all around the world. Okay, and their resources that came from here, such as tobacco, as you stated, cocaine, and also would it be corn or any other natural resources they grow in the Americas. So we can identify our customs, our culture around the world. Why can't we do the same for Africans? Why do we need a pictograph? Why can't we find anything that's substantial that you can't get out of nowhere around? Yeah, we don't find that with the Africans. Maybe you have information. I don't know everything, so help with that.
No, you right. No, you're on point. I think the reason why is because of, for one, colonization, war. Because we see corn present in ancient Egypt. Now, I don't know if corn is indigenous to the Egypt. I always thought corn came from America. You know what I mean? So when I see corn in places like ancient Egypt, that raises a question in my head, like, now, how did this corn get all the way to Africa? Because I don't think corn is a plant that's indigenous to Africa. I could be wrong. Yeah, I don't know.
Corn is genetically modified. Okay, it's a GMO. It was genetically modified by scientists, and that happened to occur in America. So when we see corn not being a natural resource, a seed that just fall out your pocket and grow abundantly everywhere, no, it takes science in order to develop this. And so and yeah, so we know for sure someone would have had to come and implement this science around the world. You don't just get it from seeds in your pocket.
Right. So when I see corn on the walls of Egypt, I had to ask myself, how did it get there? You know, and that's the thing that raised the flag in
Your
my
name
head.
is
You know?
Madon Kemet, so you ought to be able to tell us, huh?
Well, you see, Madon Komet, that was just a rap name I came up with in the late '90s before it was a such thing as YouTube and all this stuff. So anybody can check that out. I was heavy into music when I was living in Fort Worth, Texas. Um, but that's just all that is. That's just a rap name. You know what I'm saying? So don't nobody be triggered. Don't get triggered by that. You know what I mean? But because anybody that know me and can look at my old videos from the early 2000s that I have on YouTube, they see that I've been giving up for the natives and the so-called Africans because I believe um, we had a waterway of traveling in the ancient times.
You believe it, but can you prove it?
Yeah, like I said, by they finding corn. Um, Now some people have don't agree with certain relics or certain artifacts that's being found. Like you have early documentations in newspaper where they were saying they found different Egyptian writings in the Grand Canyon and um, things like that. See, things like that raise the red flag. Will raise a make me raise my eyebrow. Like, why would they put that in a public newspaper in the 1800s? You know what I mean? So I just think these two continents were trading information and resources.
Well, you would have to show what did the American Indian get in exchange, because we only find what's prevalent, and that'll be our natural resources that come from America. We don't see the African resources here. So I wouldn't say trading. I'd say somebody was a lick and we used to go serve them.
Well, I mean, that could be true. That could be true as well. Now, even when we go to South America, right? When we look at the things of South America, we see,
Now, hold on.
we
Can you see
see.
my screen?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Okay, can you read that for us if you don't mind? Now, this is something that I had Reggie on the run over there, because Reggie
It's
always
a little.
going to us to the Brooklyn Museum.
Which part you want to meet? The corn or the Brooklyn Museum?
You can start with the first one. It's both of the same. It's all the same article.
Oh, about the corn mummy.
Correct. Are you familiar?
All right. Yeah, it says the Greek historian Herodotus visited Egypt in about 450 BCE, and in his writings associated animal mummies with pilgrimage and festivals in which kings perform rituals. The best archaeological evidence for ritual objects created for Egyptian festivals are, however, so-called corn mummies like this one. Images of Osiris made of grain, wax, and earth contained in wooden coffins were created in connection with such annual festivals as Koaki, which linked the god Osiris to the fertility of the earth. The grain sprouted from the earth, symbolizing renewal, rejuvenation, and the cycle of life and death.
Reincarnation.
Yeah.
Okay. So, are you familiar with this?
I heard of that. Yeah.
Okay. So, Osiris, being one of the most important deities in Kemetic history, is in actuality a corn mummy. Another indication that people left America and Egypt was actually a colony to the Americas. Egypt was actually a colony, somewhere we settled. Egypt, also like the Africans, were not a seafaring people. Egypt hired their army out. Egypt outsourced a lot of these great materials or resources that made Egypt who they became to be, a pillar in the world on that end of the earth. But nevertheless, they were a colony, and they came from America.
I can rock with that. You know what I mean? I had no
Let's go
problem with
into
that because
Ramesses. When we go to Ramesses, we go to Hatshepsut, we go to all of these great Egyptians. When we look into their deities, we see that they are animals who originate in America, such as Khnum, who is the ram. Rams come from America. You have the Cholo dog, which is Anubis, which is one of the oldest deities. Anubis is one of the oldest, and it's a Cholo dog that only that's only in Mexico. You can't get it nowhere else.
right.
All
See
of
that,
these
and that's why I believe the cultures were in contact with each other. Because like where you was at in South America,
but
I'm saying, well, okay. Well, let me ask you this then. This is all I'm saying right now. When we look at the megaliths and all the constructions in South America, we see the buildings, how they construct the buildings and the way they water heads. We see the same thing in ancient Egypt. Now, I'm not saying I don't know who got what from who, but we see that the way they erected these buildings and erected their hairdresses, and just like you said, certain animals that we know, what have science or whoever has says are indigenous to the Americas, we see a heavy presence of that in Africa. So to me, the same way they built the pyramids here, and then you see that like they got the god Bes, the Twa deity. We see that in Egypt with his tongue sticking out. When we study South America, we see that amongst the stone constructions that they did. Now, it's safe to say that the indigenous Americas influenced Africans. Yeah, we can say that. Is it safe to say that the ancient Egyptians influenced Americans? We can say that, but it looked to me like I can ride with what you're saying. It looks to me, it seems like the Americans may have influenced the Africans more than Africans influenced the Americans.
Yeah, because we'll have to see the exchange. If there was an African influence, then why can't we identify it? But we can see the presence on the temples, in the walls, in Karnak, and so on, of depictions in Hatshepsut temple, Ramesses temple, his son temple. We can see the clear American influence there. And so we know that also you had the cocaine mummies, okay, with the tobacco and the cocaine in them. But we don't see what African is trading back. These are colonies. We are, we're moving products from here to there.
And I can rock with that. You know what I mean? Because I can see that through even the way the stuff is constructed over here. To me, it's more detailed. It's more fine detailed.
Right.
When you look at it. You know what I mean?
Especially civilization, because they took the blueprint that we used here, whether it be for how you construct neighborhoods, our streets are more paved. You don't get that nowhere else. You know what I mean? The way that our streets, our communities are set up, everyone tried to use their template, but either the roads are too small as in Europe, or a lot of them are undeveloped. You only find certain places in Africa that are developed, and they're still not developed into the detail of how we do it. You still have a lot of dirt roads, you know what I mean? Things that are not complete. And here, oh man, it's abundance of it. And so I mean, that's a clear indication for those who traveled around the world, and you will see, like in Dubai, it tripped me out, man. You go back there, they got the $1 million homes back there, but the roads and everything are not developed. You know what I'm saying? The streets, that shit there don't look like ours. You can go to the ghetto, and our shit still be laced up better than that. Yeah, what's up with it?
Hey, what up, Topcatz?
Slow motion. Y'all hold it down, man. I'm finna run and get some water real quick.
What's the topic, real quick?
We was building on Clyde Winters. We went through some. He was in there stealing my information.
Yeah, I
came.
seen that.
Yeah, that nigga tripped out, bro. And then he did it just like I said it. What are Native American restaurants? Name the dishes, and I'm just like, come on, bro. Some things is exclusively for me, man. Don't do me like that.
Man, he straight flipped it around on you, didn't he? Did a 180.
And then took it to the Africans, talking about they brought in collard greens.
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all turn up. Let me grab me some water.
Well, yeah. What's up, brothers? Who's that on the panel?
Peace, King. It's Madon. What's happening?
Oh man, all good, brother. Yeah. So, and this is the one thing, right? Because I was listening to it, and then I had to do some other things. But see, this has always been the problem, right? Because if you actually go back in history with a lot of the information that has been, disseminated, right, through the books, through movies, through documentaries, and things like that, it's been the whole thing. Brother, I've been in this communities, for a long time, and I've seen that what has transpired is now we are actually getting a glimpse of what I've always been saying, is that our own people is our own problem. That's our problem. For him to go on there and do that, right? That shows you who has been instrumental in our demise for the last 100 years. I'll just say 100. I mean, we can go back to the Civil War days and the Reconstruction Act, and when we had these sellout Indians that was, making these side deals with these Huguenots, and so on and so forth. But I'll just go right there, just 100 years when you're dealing with the New Deal, because what happened is when you get to this point right now in 2023, right? For a lot of the young people like Topcatz that's out here getting it done, they gotta understand that he's starting to experience when you get a little influence and you get a little, I ain't gonna call it power, I'll just say influence, and you're starting to make waves, and you're talking about something that upsets that little apple cart or is changing the narrative in a different direction. That's when you're going to have people like Clyde. You got people like Clyde, and you got people on other realms that are doing the same things on other channels.
Well, can I say this? What we got to remember is this. When we look at Dr. Clyde, we got to remember he was doing a lot of his research before he had the internet. Before a lot of these things where we have a easier way or a more quicker way to gather the information and study the information. So I think with Dr. Clyde, what he did was he was like Clark and Ben. He was just only dealing with the resources back then at the time where that was readily available. Because we know we know for years, hundreds of years, they kept blacks out of anthropology, out of archaeology, out of China's topography. They kept black people out of studying these things when it comes to going to these sites. We weren't allowed to. The only thing we could do is push the wheelbarrow, shovel the dirt. They won't let us in through the information like we can today. So I think
I don't agree. I don't agree with you, brother.
Just let me finish, and you can rebuttal. So now what Clyde has to do is he had to use new information plus his old information, and then just revamp it and pick out what he was on point with and what he was wrong at. He had to just correct himself. But go ahead, King.
But this is where I don't agree with you, because bottom line is Clyde. I ain't never heard of Clyde. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm in my 50s. I've been doing this for a minute. I know the true players. At that time, this has been the most deceptive thing people have been telling us, is that they haven't been able to get in them doors, spooked by the door. You had to do this. Man, that's bullshit. I'm going to tell you it's bullshit, because I know people who got big money. I'm talking about M's. A lot of M's with a lot of commas. And they ain't never had no problems getting into a door. The bottom line is they just had to have an understanding of the information that you disseminate. You got to piece it out, and you can't be out there on no soapbox with it, or we will close your accounts out. But you got to understand, brother, we have been instrumental in doing this. These pale skins, man, let me tell you something, man. They Johnny come latelys. All they are is the front man. And they put them out there in front to deceive us to think that they are the ones doing this thing. And if you understand the definition of what white is, if you actually go look at it, if you do your history on white people, white persons, you will actually see exactly where they come from. And then you will reanalyze what you're saying. Now,
well, it's like,
go ahead.
no, it's like this, right? Like I said, we got a time period where Dr. Clyde was doing his research and his work. The brother was, we got to get a brother prop because he was showing that it was who we call Indians or Abos or Native Americans were what we call black people. He proved that over and over. But at the same time, he was just showing.
My bad. You broke up. What did he prove?
He showed. He was showing how he when Topcatz was playing it, he was talking about how you had these black Indians up in Maine and all that area, and when the white folks came in, they relabeled them as colored. So he was already showing that it was a presence of dark skin, what we would call black people in the Americas before the Europeans got here. And these are not, and what he's saying, they're not Africans. They just black indigenous to the Americas, but Africans came over here and was communicating with them. But we gotta remember as well, you can read all the books you want. It's just like being a mechanic. You can read all the mechanic books you want, but until you put your hands on that car, you can read all the books you want. So what I'm saying is, when black people really got into the fields and was able to travel and put our hands in the dirt and do the research, now we're coming up with new information and we black boot stomping a lot of the old information that we see was plagiarized and biased.
Now I'm gonna say this: you ever watch Good Times?
All the time.
What Mike used to always say about that word black? It's a white racist word. It don't bother me. I get it. I'm old enough to let it roll off my shoulder. You see what I'm saying? Now you gotta understand when people are actually speaking, and we're gonna stick to Clyde because he's the topic. If they say black and Indian in the same sentence, they are contradicting themselves. They are lying. Immediately, they are disqualified. But we are so easy to just say, oh, well, we'll give them a pass. But if you're talking scholarly or you're an intellect and you're trying to teach somebody and you say black and Indian in the same word, in the same context, you are lying. Period.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold up. Jesus Justice League. Hold up, y'all. We got Jesus Justice League. Hey, y'all know them? That's your homeboy Madun. Hey, Jesus Justice League.
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is.
League. Get the link in the chat. Jesus Justice League. Pull up.
That's a hell of a name, though. I tell you that. But no, brother. What you got to understand, brother. When people put black and Indian in when they speaking, they only using it to get the people to understand where they're coming from. Like us, we call ourselves black. We know when people say black, we know what they mean in that content. So when Clyde used these two words, he's only using it for the audience of black people and Europeans and other people. So he had to do it that way.
No, the brother is saying
Wait,
foundational
hold
Black
on, Tom.
American.
Hold on, Topcatz. Let me go ahead, man. Eat your sandwich or something. Let me get this one. Hey, look. Let me tell you something. And this is why I keep my distance from a lot of people, especially some of the elderly people. And I ain't got no problems checking them because I can. We have become lazy in giving this information out. See, when you want to use the word Black, historically, you know that is a byword. It refers to a group of people, not a people who originated somewhere. It talks about a group of people. When these people are lazy, some of these older cats need to sit down and kick back because they're not doing nothing but continuing the problem. So I know what you're saying, brother. You're still in that Black mentality. That's cool. I'm all right with that. But the one thing is that people like Clyde are lazy. They just sitting on their couch, as you saw him sitting on his couch, talking to somebody with a fez on. I mean, come on, man. That's scatterbrain.
Are you serious, bro?
I'm definitely serious.
Bro, come on. Okay, come on. Okay, all right, let's look at it, right?
No, look,
okay, that's fine. That's fine.
But see, here's the thing about intellectual. I never called him a name. I said it's lazy. And I'm gonna tell you, it is lazy.
How?
If you can't, because you can't say Black and Indian in the same context. It just don't happen. If you use the word Black, you're using a social construct. You know what that means? A social construct? Okay,
brother,
a social construct
language.
is something that has been, social construct is something that has been sat down at a table where people decided we'll just start calling them Black because we're just describing them as a color or something like that. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, let me.
I'm
brother.
not trying to be disrespectful, brother. I'm keeping it real.
No, that's fine. Let me say this, King. You do know that language. You do know that language is a human construct, right? We can deal with social constructs all day, but we got to understand that language is a human construct. So when we're dealing with language, right, especially when we're dealing with the Americas and the invasion of the Americas, America was invaded by multiple nations who spoke multiple languages, where words were attributes or words were descriptions. Words like Black, Negro, and colored, and so forth. Just like when we look at Chief Tuscaloosa, right? When we look at Chief Tuscaloosa, right? Tuska in the Muskogean language means black, and Lusa means chief. So even in the Muskogean language, we got a word for black. That's a shot at Dr. Reggie because he said we can't find a native language using the word black. We got it right there. So all I'm saying is that a lot of our scholars, they have to use black just to give us the context of when we say, hey, when we look at ancient people, these people look like us. And so we will say, hey, okay, those are Black people. Just for to get the understanding. Just like it's a brother wrote a book called, I think his name was Frank Snowden. It's called Blacks of Antiquity. And by him labeling the book Blacks of Antiquity, he wasn't. It wasn't just he wasn't. Yeah, he was using it as a byword, but he was given a framework to show people that you had Black people who we know, yes, it's a social construct, but he had to use it that way to show that our presence in the world was not only important, but was relevant.
All right, so I'm gonna say this. Now, that sounded real nice. That sounded real nice. But like I said, that didn't make any sense, brother. Social construct is something where people have sat at a table and decided to create a word to describe somebody. And then you want to jump over to human language? I mean, come on, man. You talking about these people that came over? See, that's Topcatz lane. I ain't gonna jump in Topcatz lane. Topcatz to tear that up. Well, based on what you just said, because the people that have been coming in here is the people that have went out from America. And Topcatz has proved that 100 times. So with that being said, if if we're using the word black, that pretty much didn't exist until the 50s and the 60s. I think it came out in the 60s, and Stokely Carmichael's the one that coined that thing and made it a part of us. African American is something that Jesse Jackson coined in the 70s and put it in play in 83 that described us. Who were we before? Before you had a Negro, then before you had colored. These were people that were outside of us that was giving us these things that they were putting in order. Now, I know you went and saw the chief that said his name meant it was black, but you're talking about a term when Tuscaloosa was actually rocking, there was no word black. See, this is where I say people are being lazy with the information. And then they're trying to, they go back into their little security blanket, you know what I'm saying, with these terms. And the bottom line is, and I'm not trying to hurt nobody's feelings, that it's fear. It's fear to jump out of your own self-conditioning that you actually volunteered to get into and come into something else where you know that's where the truth lies. And the bottom line is these things, and Dane put out a bomb. Ooh, Dane and his wife put out some bomb shit the last couple of days. I mean, we talking about just these things that I'm talking about that you're talking about. These words mean nothing on this land. It is a one-way trip to getting your head knocked off by these people. There is no remedy with these words.
Well, that's not true, King. I'm gonna show you how.
All right. Well,
Like I told you.
I digress, brother. I digress. You know what?
No, that's fine. I'm just saying, King. We build it. We build it, King.
Hey, Topcatz. Nah, this ain't building.
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, let me say what I'm gonna say real quick.
Go ahead,
I'm just gonna say this. Like I said, yes, language. Like I told you, language is a human construct. The word black is a social construct. We could put all that on that, but we understand in this nation, yeah, we understand the history and how they mislabeled us with the word black. Yes, that's understandable, but we can use the word black as a reference point or to identify some people based off their phenotype and characteristics. So what I'm saying is, it's just like what they call a so-called black vote, right? Hold on, just hear me
Come
out.
on.
It's just like, hold on,
Come
bro.
on,
We
man.
know, hold
I
on.
didn't know
I'm gonna
you
show you how
said
it's
that.
relevant. I'm gonna show you how it's relevant. Just hold on, King. Whether we know these are labels they put on us. Yes, that goes without saying. But what I'm telling you is that in the confines of the modern world, black, just like I was showing you how you got something called a black vote, right? Which is a real thing, but we know the word black is a label put on us, but the black vote matters. You know what I mean? It just like the president, the so-called president of the United States made this outlandish statement talking about, well, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. But
and I would have
like I
told, you
said,
know what I would have said? I would say you absolutely right. Thank you very much. So that means you
well, all
put
I'm
the
saying
circle
is,
around, you put a mirror on that, right? See, this is how now you in my lane, right? Let's talk wordplay. Let's talk language. See, bottom line is this. The flip part of it is if I don't vote for him, then I'm not black. Man, that's beautiful. You see why? Because now I'm letting them know he's telling me, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. You know what? Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad you said that. I will flip that around. I would not take that as a disrespect. I will actually take that as a compliment. See, this is where the mindset needs to be at, brother. I'm just saying. I would not have taken that personally. I would have said, hell yeah, thank you very much, sir. I don't want to be that because I don't want to be nobody's slave. I don't want to be nobody's punching bag. And I don't want to be in no house of lack. I don't want to be blank. I don't want to be bleak. I don't want to be none of these things. I want to be blanched, blot, none of that. I want to be copper colored like I am. As a Westbrook Dictionary describes me, as the ancient books described us. That's it, that's all.
so
That's
you
where
gonna
I want to
accept
be.
copper? So you accept the color copper, but you have a problem with the color black?
Well, because copper is something that has energy, something that circulates, like the carbon in my
And black
hair as
is
it
dead.
coils.
No,
What you was
black is
trying to
not
say?
dead. Black is
Black
not
is
dead.
dead.
Go ahead, Topcatz.
So even with stating that, brother, done, we will have to acknowledge the fact that black has an origin here. So it has a genesis. So if we're gonna go back to that genesis, brother, we don't see that until 1969. And so that's very key from that window in which people use the black, because black killed Negro. We got to remember that. So once upon a time in America, they went by Negro. And in 1969, black killed Negro. And they moved from Negro into you're a black man. Now, being all this said, this is during the civil rights era. And also in 1965, 1965, LBJ is going to sign a immigration act, which is going to bring Asians and Africans over into America. You also had the Peace Corps program and other missionary programs here that will send students from America over into different continents. So we'll see them go over through Cuba. We'll see them go over to Africa. And so black has an origin here in America, and it's not that old, brother.
You're right, and like I said, I was trying to tell the brother, I agree with that. All I'm saying is this, Top Cat. We know, like, right, like they'll say, like, this was historical points. People were like, well, the so-called Egyptians was black, or they were like, well, you had black tribes in the Hawaiian Islands. You had black tribes here, but see, people only use black as a reference point. They might be like, okay, you had black tribes in the Hawaiian Islands, but the name of their tribe was such and such and such. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And that's all I was trying to show the brother. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know these are labels put on us. You know what I mean? But at the same time, people use that to describe people. But a lot of times they'll follow up. Well, some people don't do it today, but a lot of times they will follow up saying, "Oh yeah, they black, but they from this tribe of people or from that tribe of people." That's all.
Right. So the African thing, what makes you lean to that? To the African, what makes you lean on the African side?
Well, just by just studying certain African cultures, and then like when we look at when we look at what was going on the coast of Africa before the conquistadors and all these other people found out it was land across here. The west coast of Africa was one of the biggest trade hubs on the planet prior to Columbus and all these people. We have a record. We have records showing. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so where exactly were they trading to?
To South America. The Africans were selling across the west coast of Africa to South America, trading.
What part of South America?
I had to get those names for you because some of those countries in like Brazil or in the continent of Brazil and South America, they're named after African chiefs. I had to get the names for you. Yeah, I brought it out in a debate I had with a brother, but I still got it. Yeah, I get those names for you, but I'm getting ready for work. But I can get those names for you. I still got all that information.
All right. Yeah, just next time you come through, or we can set something up. Do you debate?
Oh yeah, I was part of Solar Vision Debate League for 3 years.
So, would you be willing to debate some of that information?
Oh yeah, we can get it in, most definitely.
Well, I ain't gonna fight you. I mean, that's cheating.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you. Somebody.
He said that's cheating. Come on, Topcatz. I'm one of the top cats.
Yeah, but it's different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm sitting on the throne right now. I wouldn't fight you, bro. I get somebody who in your weight class though.
I mean, I'm pretty much on your side when you truly look at it.
But you still have some of those Afrocentric views though.
I just understand that, from studying different parts of history.
Have you ever heard of a brother named D'Angelo the Legend?
Nah, never heard of him.
Okay, well, he's familiar with you, and he said you go from podcast to podcast lying. Say you got a Pinocchio nose.
Well, I mean, that's what a lot of them say, but anybody can contest that all the information that I bring up is documented, whether people want to accept it, believe it or not. It's not my information. The information I come with is from historians, different authors, and different writers who wrote different books.
They called you an alley cat, brother. Do you know the definition of an alley cat?
Yeah, I am an alley cat. You know what I mean? Because I can rock with that. Hell yeah, because an alley cat an alley cat is a army of one pretty much. You know what I mean? And that's what I always do.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So right, so I
savage.
Well, no, it's civilized. It just it got street vibes. You know what I'm saying? It was raised in the streets. So I was raised in the streets, but at the same time, I've been studying this information for 20 years.
They say you're a student of Brother Sanchez.
Oh no, me and Sanchez the bump head. That's why I had to release the Flat Earth disc record that they got banned on TikTok. They banned it on TikTok, but YouTube still got it up.
Give us a couple bars out of it.
What it was I remixed Hit 'Em Up, and I did Beat 'Em Up. It's called Madonna Comet, Beat 'Em Up. I go in on Sanchez and the Flat Earthers, man. I mean, everything I said in that song is a fact. All the names I dropped. I mean, you gotta hear it. It's the illest shit. It's probably one of the illest disc records out.
You freestyle some of it for us.
All right, let me see what I said. I took Fatal Hussein verse from Hit 'Em Up, and I was like, I was pretty much like
plagiarizing.
Well, I rewrote the lyrics.
Did you give him credit?
Oh yeah, if you look at it, I even gave it in the Yeah, it was like yeah. What you mean? Say his Sanchez name or Fatal Hussein?
No, the guy that you stole it from.
Well, I gave Tupac and the Outlaws credit because if you look at the title, the song is called Madonna Comet Flat Earth Disc Record. It's called Beat 'Em Up, Hit 'Em Up.
Okay, let's get some bars out of it. Turn up.
I said on the second verse, I was like, get out the way, yo, get out the way, yo. Sanchez just got dropped with that pseudo ass map, knowing damn where that's cap and ain't right, get spanked right, and I take a nap. Say you a globe earth murderer, but I ain't never seen it, bruh. Cause NASA facts is all I use when I'm serving you. Shank and yank your flat earth cause it stinks. Knowing you can't produce a model you can paint. Say the earth is like a watch clock that's pseudo, my nigga. So I'm blasting you in your chat room in front of you, nigga, with the NASA power. Blasting your thoughts into dust and powder. I done had all you cowards sitting sour for plenty hours. Beat 'em up.
Have you ever been to NASA?
Yeah, I've been to Houston Space Center in Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah.
When have you been to NASA?
Say what now?
When have you went to NASA?
I went to the Houston. That was in the early 90s.
But NASA not in Houston.
No, it's in Huntsville, Alabama. You got the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, no, NASA is in Houston. I mean, NASA is in Texas, though.
Well, that's one of their facilities. That's one of their facilities as well. But if you check up the the NASA Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama, they got some of the first things they sent to space.
You didn't go to the one in Texas?
No, I didn't get it. I wanted to. I didn't get a chance to go to the one in Texas.
Why you lie to me? Why you?
I didn't lie. You asked me have I been to NASA?
You said yeah, I've been to the one in Houston.
Well, I must have misspoke. I'm talking about the one in Huntsville. You asked me have I been to NASA? I said yeah, the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
In Houston, you led with Houston.
Well, I meant to say Huntsville. No, I never been in Houston.
That you lied to me.
No, I didn't lie. I
I
just
don't
split
do
school.
well in the debate,
Because
brother.
if you rewind it, you clearly hear me say Huntsville, Alabama.
You know what? We're gonna rewind it then, because
Rewind it.
I know I heard what I heard. Hold on.
Yeah, and then
Let me let this commercial play out, and we'll source up. We gotta source up, guys. Cause I thought I know my ears. Hey, yeah, I thought I heard what I heard. All right, thought I know my
the Flat Earth this record that they got banned on TikTok. Yank and yank your flat Earth because it stank.
But NASA not in Houston.
With that pseudo ass map, knowing damn where that's cap and ain't right, get spanked right, and I take a nap. Say you a globe earth murder, bruh. But I ain't never seen it, bruh. Cause NASA facts is all I use when I'm serving you. Shank and yank your flat Earth cause it stinks. Knowing you can't produce a model you can paint. Say the Earth is like a watch o'clock, that's pseudo, my nigga. So I'm blasting you in your chat room in front of you, nigga, with the NASA power. Blasting your thoughts into dust and powder. I done had all you cowards sitting sour for plenty hours. Beat them up.
Whoa, buddy. Ah, man, what the hell wrong with you, thing? So that was you freestyling, right? That was you, right?
Yeah, I did 3 verses. I did Tupac. I read
No problem.
Okay.
We heard the second verse. So,
Okay.
and then I asked, have you been an announcer? This was your reply. Was that you?
I didn't hear I didn't hear anything.
Okay, no problem. God damn it. Man, what the hell wrong with this thing? Was that you?
We still didn't hear it, Topcat.
Y'all can't hear? Hold
Nah,
on.
we can't hear it.
Was that you? Hold up. Still didn't hear it. I wonder what's going on. Y'all can't hear? Y'all can't hear that?
Nah, not yet.
All right, let me do this. Have you ever been to NASA? Did y'all hear that?
I still didn't hear it.
Did y'all hear that? Hold on, I'm play it on my phone. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold on, y'all, 2 seconds. Let me go to my phone. Okay, they say they heard it.
Or maybe I just can't hear it on the panel. Let me turn the TV on. Huntsville, Alabama. Yeah.
Let me turn this on. Make sure.
I still didn't hear it.
Make sure. Hold on, I'm playing on my phone. We're gonna get to the bottom of this. Hold on, y'all.
I can't hear it. powder. I done had all you cowards hit the sour for plenty out.
Can you hear that?
Whoa. Yup, I heard all that. Yup.
Buddy. Okay, there you go, brother. I'm sure that will send students from America. Oh, I mean, why? I didn't lie. Okay, yeah.
I gave Tupac and the Outlaws credit because if you look at the title, Shank and Yank Your Flat Earth, because it's I've been to Houston Space Center and I was at the sour for plenty out. Beat them up.
Have you ever been to NASA?
Yeah, I've been to Houston Space Center and
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's why I said I must have misspoke. That's why I said I meant Huntsville.
Oh, okay. Went right into Houston. Okay, let's go. Let's continue.
You know, Huntsville, Alabama.
When have you been to NASA?
Say when now?
When have you went to NASA?
I went to the Houston. That was in
See, that was your first and second answer. And then you're gonna do another one for the third time.
No, it's in Huntsville, Alabama. You got the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yeah, no, NASA is in Houston. I mean, NASA is in Texas, though.
Well, that's one of their facilities. That's one of their facilities as well. But if you checked up the Houston, the NASA Space and Rocket Center.
See, that was the third time you said it again. So, no problem. I mean, maybe you missed both 3 times.
Yeah, I misspoke, but no, like I said, I never even been in Houston before. I lived in Fort Worth 11 years, but I never went to Houston. But I did go to the Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Okay, no problem. Well, come through, man. I get you a scratch with one of the brothers. What topic would you you want to do this same topic right here?
What was there African presence in the Americas or something like that?
Correct.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I can rock that.
All right, we'll set it up for next Friday. Next Friday, come through Monday, and then we'll have your opponent. Yeah, or it might be me.
You got to get somebody that's, because I'm on a whole nother level.
Yeah. So, would you want to fight me?
I mean, yeah, we can go at it. You know what I mean? I'm a seasoned veteran.
And you up here lying already before the debate start.
Well, I mean, like I said, I misspoke. That happens. But
well, that not happening in the debate. What you one of the best, and you practicing bad habits. I don't know if you got enough self-discipline to stand across the ring for me.
Well, have you ever misspoke before?
I don't know. I don't remember. Not in the debate. Not in the debate.
But no, man, it's all good. But yeah, we can definitely get it in. And I'll show you.
And then we'll talk about it. I got a lecture tomorrow, so if you come back Monday, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, and I'm supporting Clyde Winters. You know what I mean? I'm gonna use him as my reference as well, so we can get it in.
Oh wow, okay, interesting. Well, I'll bring my own books and then I'll source those, and then we'll figure out where we at. So appreciate you coming up, man. Come back Monday. We can go live Monday, maybe early in the morning, maybe later that day. But look for me, and we'll put it together.
Already, can you stay up?
All right, for sure. Hey, Reek, where you at, Reek? Reek, have you made it to North Georgia yet? Reek, where you at, fam? He said that boy has a terror debate. He bring no sources at all. Sanchez damn near was in tears, but Sanchez don't bring sources neither. Sanchez say he is the source. Yeah, Clyde gonna get him beat down. Yeah, that's a fact. Clyde gonna get that nigga there, put in the full Delson. Clyde gonna get that boy put in the full Nelson and make him tap out. All right, appreciate that love in the Cash App smoke signal. And shout out to the t-shirt guy in the Cash App as well. Man, we're gonna get out of here, man. I might come back tonight, promote the debate. The lecture. If y'all haven't got y'all tickets, go get them. On the day of the lecture, it will go up from $25 to $30. So you might want to get them before you have to purchase them the day of, because the price is gonna go up. All right. I see y'all tonight. Y'all be cool like y'all be cool. Love y'all as long as you got each other. We don't need nobody else. That's my motherfucking time. Bars.